Good morning. Good morning. There are a few spots in front if you're standing in back. There's 2 spots in the second row, and well, no longer one in the third. So it's a thrill to have a crowded room like this for this conference. My name is David Simon. I'm the director of the Genocide Studies program. I'm also a senior lecturer at the Jackson School, co-director of the Peace Building Institute, and the chair of the board of the for the Reckoning Project. This event is sponsored by all 3 of those entities, as well as the Shell Center for International Human Rights at the law school. It's been fabulous working together, bringing this group together. I'm so impressed with what my colleagues with each of these institutions has been able to do. I hope I will get a chance at the end of the day to thank everyone at greater length, but for now, Olivia, Hira, Carolina, there's Miriam, many people who have worked really hard to put this together. I said but okay, Olivia twice. Because she is really put fabulous effort in. I don't want to belabor that. Well, I do want to belabor that point, but I won't belabor that point. I'd like otherwise just to welcome you all here and introduce or turn the podium over to my colleague Janine, who can describe a little bit more about the background of the event and what to expect for the rest of the day.
Great. Thank you so much. It's just incredible to look at across the room and see my students, old friends from Kosovo, from Bosnia, people coming in from Iraq, from Sudan. So thank you so much for coming out today. And I thank all of the Yale institutions, Yale Law, Genocide Studies, the Jackson School, of which I am a senior fellow and a lecturer, and my incredible team at the Reckoning Project. I won't name all of you, but Olivia has to be pointed out. She's right there, who basically curated this entire event and has done an amazing job. And I think 5 years ago, she was my student at Yale. She was a master's student, and I have actually plucked quite a lot of Yaleys to be part of the Reckoning Project. So let's just kick off because we've got an amazing panel. And just a brief intro. Over the past few decades, the international community has made extraordinary progress in documenting and prosecuting atrocity crimes. From the establishment of the ad hoc tribunals of the 1990s to the creation of the International Criminal Court and the growing use of universal jurisdiction. Yet the pursuit of justice still remains fraught with complexity. Conflicts today unfold in real time, Sudan and Gaza in particular, under the scrutiny of digital media, while new technologies reshape how evidence is collected and verified. Meanwhile, the survivors, the journalists, and civil society have become indispensable actors in the global fight against impunity. So today we are bringing together some amazing people. We are so lucky to have the people here today, scholars, lawyers, journalists, and practitioners, to explore accountability mechanisms and investigation practices, how they've evolved, and how they must adapt. So the discussions are going to address the challenges, the political will, the resource limitations, and the admissibility in courts, while also highlighting the tools and the strategies. So with that, I think we're going to kick off to our first panel, which I am moderating. Is Asla here yet? I think she hasn't arrived, but we'll. So this is the future of war crimes prosecution in the 21st century. And I'm going to start by introducing everyone. Reed Brody is here.
Christian.
Oh, Christian. No, Christian's on the second panel. It's Reed. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, Christian, where are you?
Oh,
He's way in the back. Come up here for opening remarks. Sorry about that. I keep getting to the panels.
I'm happy to give the panel some extra time though.
Just shows I didn't read them.
Am I allowed to share my screen? Is there a possibility? I'll try to keep it very, very short because now everybody's ready for the panel and then you get me. It's maybe a little bit disappointing.
Not at all. I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry at all.
This is the.
There.
Hello.
Hi, you're starting before the appointed time of our.
That's why I was like, where's Oslo? But then I realized we've got to open remarks. You're on time.
I'm sorry, no, we're starting even later.
No. Thanks for before.
Okay, there we go, great. And then it's the. It's working. 1 second. The display.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christian Friedrich. I'm very grateful that I can be here, so thank you for having me. Even though, again, Kim was a little bit of a surprise, maybe, that I still in between the opening panel and now. I'm very grateful that I can be here and that all of you are here because it seems we all have this shared interest in accountability and justice coming from very different backgrounds. And I honestly feel a little bit like the odd one out here because I'm a journalist and there are so many legal experts here, people that I and my team and other journalists draw upon when we want expertise, when we want to understand what something that we're investigating could amount to. But the organizers asked me to talk a little bit in these opening remarks about how investigative journalism and visual evidence are shaping accountability efforts. So that was I'm going to try to do in the coming couple of minutes. I'm part of a team that's called Visual Investigations at the New York Times. And I don't come from a journalism background. I didn't study journalism. I actually studied international relations and philosophy. And many people in my team started at human rights research labs at universities, similar like here is Yale, or from rights groups like Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch. And this team basically uses traditional reporting, like knocking on doors and asking people and calling them up, being in the ground on the field, using visual information, open source information, satellite imagery, basically to what, to understand what has happened, to hold power to account, or at least we're hoping to, in something that we call like accountability journalism. So it entails a lot of different things like digital sleuthing, for example, using in the top left, using photos and geolocating them on satellite imagery, but also using satellite data like heat signatures being picked up by satellites in space to understand, to sometimes corroborate witness testimonies like, hey, there was they burned down the village. We can't go there, but we can use satellite data to see if it can be corroborated with the witness testimonies. Arms tracking, this is Italian arms going to Saudi Arabia and being used in Yemen. This is also satellite data and oil slick that we're seeing there on the water. I don't know why this doesn't play. A lot of it is just collecting a lot of information and trying to make sense of it all. Call it a mosaic effect, if you like, or a big puzzle. This is Google Earth, and we're basically mapping all the information we have here when a Ukrainian airliner was shot down above Iran. At the time, the Iranian government said it was an accident, it wasn't shot down, it had a technical malfunction. But we were able to find 2 videos that showed actually missiles being launched at the aircraft, and we're able to map them out around the airport, eventually find the crash site, and kind of get an understanding what happened. And I think that was part of creating pressure on the Iranian authorities, because we're able to say that the airplane was actually shot down not by 1 missile, but by multiple missiles. And eventually admitted that they made a tragic mistake. They thought it was an incoming US missile and shot down a civilian airliner instead. It's also making 3D crime scene reconstructions. We work with a lot of other groups as well. This is together with forensic architecture, where we couldn't visit the crime site. This is a part of a barrel bomb that was dropped, but by reconstructing actually and using Russian propaganda footage, Russia went to the site in Syria, and remodeling it, we were able to conclusively say that this was a bomb dropped from an aircraft. So there were statements that it was a chemical backstaged by rebels or opposition forces, but we're able to show it was actually dropped from the air. Video forensics as well. The example visible here is the killing of Ruzana Najjar. She was a Palestinian volunteer medic. What you see here is like collecting as many videos as possible and making a panorama view of it, but also again working with forensic architecture, mapping the whole scene with drone footage to basically understand who was where when these shots were fired. And we were able to conclude that the Israeli sniper that fired the shot in the Israeli military was saying that there was a threat, right? That we're able to show that the sniper bullets were fired through a group of not 1, but actually more than 6 medics, and that the line of sight on that group of medics towards the position of the sniper was clear. So this was a clear shot by a sniper on a group of medics. Now, we are not the only ones. There's a lot of groups at different media organizations that are doing this right now, which is a very relatively new development. There's visual forensics team at the Washington Post. There's eye investigations at the BBC. Financial Times is a visual investigations team right now. Lighthouse Reports, overarching group in Europe that's working with a lot of different media. If anyone here is interested, I saw a couple of days ago the Wall Street Journal is looking at visual investigations reporter. And as I said, I don't come from a traditional journalism background, right? So a lot of these teams are actually hiring people that have a legal background or that have a background different than traditional journalism. So it's basically basic journalism. And I think the what, where, when, who, and why, we're just answering them with an expanded toolkit. Earlier, I heard today someone saying, well, you know, it's open source investigation, or, you know, what sometimes is called, you know, it's not a silver bullet, it's not everything. And I totally agree with it. It's just combining whatever you can. And me as a journalist may have a slightly different goal than a lawyer, but still you're trying to just use as much information as you can, right, within the boundaries of the profession. So I want to show you very briefly 4 examples of that. This is an investigation we did into the killings of Ukrainian civilians in Bucha. We spent quite a lot of time. And a very interesting aspect here of the investigation is that we were able, you know, this started with Russia basically saying, hey, these bodies on the street that you're saying, they were placed there by Ukraine because we weren't even in charge of, we didn't even control that part when these bodies started appearing. Satellite imagery, commercial satellite imagery, now available to a lot of people, showed that that was wrong, and we decided, or the team decided, to go further into detail, like what happened there, and able to specify the units, but also the soldiers that were involved, because they had stolen the mobile phones of the people they killed, and then they make calls with those phones back to Russia. We have those phone numbers, and in that way, we use those phone numbers to look on Telegram, to look on other websites, and actually find their profiles, and then also find more evidence that they were there, and more evidence what they did there. So it was very interesting, like combining all kinds of different information there. Another example is that when the US left Kabul, Afghanistan, a couple of years ago, they said they conducted a righteous strike. They killed an Islamic State terrorist. And people on the ground were very quickly saying that it was a civilian that was actually killed, including many children that went towards him when he came home. So we investigated as well. And here is a very good example of combining traditional reporting, so getting security camera footage from different locations in Kabul as this man was traveling. He actually worked for an American NGO. And it showed that what the US said, a man loading explosives in the back of the car, was him loading up water bottles because he had no running water access at his home. Came home, the US bombed him. We published this investigation saying that there was no evidence at all that he was an Islamic State militant, and the US a week later apologized and said they misidentified the person and bombed the wrong person. Another example, Sudan, how trophy videos linked to paramilitary commanders to war crimes in Sudan, relevant, of course, now as well with everything that's going on, and the great and very important work that's being done here at Yale. Similarly, what was very interesting, it was possible to kind of like this kind of like chain of command of who was responsible for specific things. It's a 30-minute video we made. And lastly, an interesting case where we actually, this would not have been possible. It would have been possible without artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence made it possible to publish this in a very short time frame and actually create more pressure. This is from 2 years ago, but Israel ordered a lot of people in Gaza to go to certain declared safe zones for their own safety. And we saw that there was anecdotal evidence that they were using 2,000-pound bombs in these areas. These are the most strongest bombs in the normal conventional arsenal of bombs that Israel has. But then we use satellite imagery and we train an AI algorithm to basically look for craters. The craters that these bombs put in the ground are very big and can be spotted on satellite imagery. And doing it all manually would have taken a lot of time. So we use this AI. We use this algorithm, my colleague did, not I, to find as many of these craters as possible. And then went manually through them, seeing is this indeed a crater, yes or no. And we're able to see that they use these bombs hundreds of times in these safe zones. And this created some pressure at the time on the Biden administration. Actually, the transfer of these bombs was paused for a while, which is not the case anymore. And here, this is where we are doing that. So, all this kind of digital evidence makes it way easier for us to establish these these five basic journalistic questions, right? Like what, where, when, who, and sometimes also why. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there's more accountability. And again, like sometimes it's a weird space. We call this accountability journalism, but we're not lawyers, we're not prosecutors, we're not judges. We don't submit our raw evidence to a court. So it's kind of like, where does it go besides creating pressure? And that brings me to the last point I want to bring, which is almost a year ago when Bashar al-Assad and his government in Syria fell after decades of torture, disappearances, massacres, and so on. And having focused a lot on Syria and our team, we're kind of like wondering, like, what happened after? There's a great chance for accountability because the government falls from one day to another. There's a lot of information, documents that were never accessible, were suddenly accessible, people that may be willing to talk, witnesses that may be willing to come forward. So there's this great opportunity for accountability, but at the same time also a lot of obstacles, including that, of course, the new government that is led by Tahir Sham is itself accused of war crimes. So we're talking about transitional justice, what's going to happen there? But we as journalists, we were wondering, like, what happened to some of the people that are responsible or have been accused by courts, sometimes already tried in absentia in European Union courts, What happened to them? Where did they go? So we started this project, the missing enforcers of the Assad regime. We focus on 55 people that have already been accused of war crimes and trying to find out where are they. And it's very fascinating when we're talking about accountability. What happened to them? We found, well, we went to sometimes their villas, some were shut up, some looking really nice, trying to look for clues, right? Is there any idea where they went? One of them, Aus Aslan, Russia, of course, harbors many of them right now. Aus is one of them. And what led us, and we're able to confirm now that he's there, is that his wife had a Duolingo profile and started learning Russian in March. And that led to a whole nother stream of information through her accounts. Amr al-Amranazi, who actually was the director of the Chemical Weapons Research Center, or the Scientific Studies and Research Center. We located his house through a Facebook post. He lives in a very nice house. We located it. We went there. We knocked on the door, and he opened in his bathrobe. And he was like, well, I can't talk to you right now. I just came out of the shower, but it was really wild. He said no one had talked to him yet. He's on sanctions list, as you can see here, across the world. But apparently there has been no interest in talking to him. Another person, Bassam Hassan, is a very interesting example as well, because maybe similar to like after the fall of the Nazi regime, you know, some Nazis were talking to the US and working with the US. And what we realized, this guy is wanted by France as an arrest warrant against him. He's sanctioned here in the US. But what we realized is that he was in Beirut talking to the FBI and CIA, which shows the weird things that are sometimes going on. And he is relevant to the case of Austin Tice, but also probably responsible of many other things. Lastly, a guy, Ali Wanous. We don't even know how he looks like. We didn't necessarily first know his date of birth. And there are many people like this that are wanted by certain countries where there are court cases against, but we don't even know how they look like. And trying to find these people is sometimes so hard. So how to get away with a war crime in the 21st century is still a very interesting question, because at the same time that we have all these digital methods to uncover what's going on, that's still also very easily it's possible to just disappear. A third of the people on this list of 55, we have no idea where they are. We have no idea how they look like. We have no idea. Well, by now we know who their family members are, because this is an ongoing reporting project. But it goes to show, and I think when we published this Syria piece, we got a lot of comments from readers. Oh, why? Okay, this is great, but why don't you go after Israeli war criminals? And it's like, well, again, we as journalists don't put the label on it. Like even on these, we're not saying, we don't call them war criminals, that they're being accused of war crimes, right? And the case is very simple with Israel. It's like, it also shows, okay, there are arrest warrants out there, but when certain people landed in Hungary, and Hungary should have arrested them, they were like, no, we're just like, leave the ICC. So you can see that there is this kind of like, you know, it has maybe always been political, but it's interesting to see that this impunity continues to exist, whether that's, you know, whatever. Anyway, I should stop here because I'm getting into personal terrain, but it's like interesting to see that we have so much knowledge sometimes of what happened. We know who are responsible, and there may be even international arrest warrants out there, but not much may happen. So leaving it there, for me as a journalist, being here is an absolute great honor. I'm very much looking forward to learning from all of you here. Thank you for having me. And
Brilliant.
thank you. Thank you for having me again.
So now we can finally start. Can you hear me? Does that work? Yeah. So good morning. Thank you so much, Christian. That was just amazing. And thank you for the extraordinary work you do. And Christian comes from Bellingcat, which many of you I'm sure know. I first came across Elliot from Bellingcat during the Syrian civil war. He did so much to help me with my investigations, and your work is so vital. So what I realized is this morning we had a closed panel on OSINT, on the investigations. And now we've got a panel with the lawyers, basically. So how we take the evidence that we gather and bring it to court, and how we then work towards getting what Christian said. We know who they are. We know who the Israeli snipers are, or some of them. How do we actually get them? So this is a panel of those of you who don't know this world of really giants in this field. I mean, these are extraordinary people. I'm going to briefly read their bios, which I asked them to supply because their bios go on for pages and pages and pages. So do look them up. Most of them have written books and they've written articles, and they're extraordinary people. Starting next to me, Nick Leddy, head of litigation at Legal Action Worldwide. He's a longtime international criminal lawyer, a prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. He's now head of litigation at law. He oversees cases representing victims and survivors of armed conflict and gendered crimes in domestic and international court. Before that, he was a longtime prosecution trial lawyer at the ICC, investigating crimes in West Africa, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Ukraine. Nathaniel Raymond, who's at the end, is another legend in our field. He heads the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. He formerly led one of my heroic Physicians for Human Rights and in anti-torture. He was at Harvard's Humanitarian Initiative, the Sentinel program, focusing on satellite surveillance. He's overseen massacres in Afghanistan, mass deportation of children in Ukraine, mass killings in Sudan. He's got a big report coming out later. Right, Nathaniel?
You said he was overseeing massacres.
Okay. Yeah, overseeing the mass killing. Reed Brody, here in the red scarf, is now a board member at Dawn MENA, which is an organization led by Sarah Lee Whitson, a friend of many of ours. He's a human rights lawyer and prosecutor known as the Dictator Hunter, and the New York Times call him a bounty hunter in search of justice. He is also legendary in our field. He's represented victims of dictators, Habré of Chad, Pinochet, Baby Doc, amongst others. He's worked as a prosecutor and for the UN in various capacities, and for Human Rights Watch, spearheading their efforts to hold perpetrators to account. And he's got his book there, which he could hold up, How to Catch a Dictator. Over here is Asla Bali, and many of you may know her from Yale Law. She's the Holtzman Professor of Law. Before joining Yale, she was at UCLA, where she founded the Promise Institute for Human Rights. She's also the president of Middle East Studies Association of North America, the co-chair of the advisory board of the Middle East Division of Human Rights Watch. See what I mean about their bios? And non-resident fellow at the Quincy Institute and the American Journal of International Law. So I'm going to kick off with Reed, because I'd like you, this is, as you can see, a kind of younger audience. There's a lot of students from Yale Law and Yale College. Could we go back into a bit of the history, going to, let's say, how Pinochet begat Habré, Habré begat Jama, and so on and so on. And also looking at the kind of origins of universal jurisdiction, 1998, going back to 98. Standardization of it in countries like Spain, Belgium. So just give us, to kind of kick off the panel, a little bit of a part of history.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. The Bucha investigation by the New York Times, by the way, is just so amazing. So
Yeah.
I really recommend that. Is it on?
Yeah. Is it on? Mine's on. That one.
Yeah, so I had the good fortune of starting as advocacy director of Human Rights Watch in 1998, which was really a crucial year. And my first assignment was going to the Rome Conference on the International Criminal Court in July of that year. And then less than 3 months after Rome, we get the news that Augusto Pinochet, the former dictator of Chile, was arrested in Spain on a warrant from a Spanish judge for crimes allegedly committed 25 years earlier in Chile. And we were able to intervene together with Amnesty, and Pinochet challenged his arrest, saying on the grounds that he had immunity as a former head of state. And the case went up to the highest court at the time in Britain, with the House of Lords. And Human Rights Watch was, together with Amnesty, was able to intervene in that case. And when and we participated in the legal argument, and when the House of Lords ruled in a series of decisions that Pinochet did not have immunity, despite his status as a former head of state, and could be arrested anywhere in the world under the principle of universal jurisdiction, it was like this real the champagne moment for human rights. It's hard to overstate how Pinochet, the iconic Latin American dictator behind the dark glasses, brought down, essentially in a case that was brought by his victims, who had brought a case in Spain that resulted in the arrest warrant. And I famously I described, coming out of the House of Lords, described this as a wake-up call for dictators around the world. And that was not true, I think. It wasn't a wake-up call for dictators, it was a wake-up call for activists and for human rights groups. And we began to think, how can we use this tool of universal jurisdiction to bring to justice tyrants and torturers who seemed out of the reach of justice? And we had all these conferences with Amnesty and FIDH, like, who's going to be the next Pinochet? And I had this map on my wall at Human Rights Watch where everybody came and they packed up the pictures of their favorite torturers and where they are today and how we can go after, And we were approached in particular by an activist from Chad, who said, our former dictator Hissin Habre now lives in Senegal. And what was really attractive to us about that case was that he was in Senegal, and we felt that if this principle, this new this wasn't a new principle, but this principle, which in the Pinochet case was being applied for the first time, of universal jurisdiction, could be truly universal if it wasn't just the Englands and the Spains of the world, but a country like Senegal, which had been the first country to ratify the ICC treaty and the like. And so Human Rights Watch got involved. We got involved. We sent a team to Chad. We put together a team in Senegal. We spent 16 years. It took us 16 years. I'm not going to go through all the twists and turns. You can read about it. But interestingly, when we always understood that this was not going to be easy. Even in the year or two following Pinochet, you had a number of possible cases. You had Mengistu of Ethiopia, who was living under the protection of Mugabe in Zimbabwe, who went to South Africa to get healthcare treatment. And together with South African groups, we tried to get him arrested. And they let him back to Zimbabwe because of Zimbabwe's support for the ANC during the anti-apartheid struggle. We were contacted by South Indians who had been expelled from Uganda to go after Idi Amin, who was in Saudi Arabia. We met with the Saudi ambassador, and the Saudi ambassadors told us that we didn't understand Bedouin hospitality, that once you let somebody into your tent, you can't kick them out. And there were a bunch of cases like that, even a Peruvian torturer who was arrested in the US and who was let out by the Clinton administration. So it was clear that this, and even the Pinochet case, would not have happened had Margaret Thatcher been. So we understood these cases are very highly political. Anyway, long story. I mean, the Habre case, as I said, took 16 years. The only thing I do want to say is that we brought the case in Senegal. We filed the case. Senegal gave us the runaround. They arrested him. A new president came in, gave us the runaround for a long time. We filed the case in Belgium. Belgium, as Janine mentioned, Belgium had the widest. There was a time when Belgium and Spain were the two countries that had universal jurisdiction laws that did not even require that the defendant be in the territory before an investigation could be initiated, leading to an extradition request. And so obviously, all the victims around the world were going to Belgium and to Spain. And these laws were great. This Belgian law was great to use for Rwandans and stuff like that. But once cases were filed, and we filed a case in Belgium. But once the Belgian universal jurisdiction law was started to be used against Ariel Sharon and against George Bush Sr., I was in Belgium when Donald Rumsfeld came to Belgium and said, if you guys don't change this law, we're going to have to think about moving NATO out of Belgium. And the law collapsed like a house of cards. We were able to get a grandfather clause for the Habre case. Because of lobbying, direct, very important lobbying, we brought the Chadian victims to Belgium and stuff like that. Similar thing happened to the Spanish law. The Spanish law has done great work. They've prosecuted Salvadorans and Argentinians and they cased Western Sahara and these kinds of things. Once the Spanish law was applied to Israel, China, the United States, the Spanish law was repealed. And so now we have a situation where basically, there was this retrenchment of universal jurisdiction, but it kind of has reappeared. And now most countries in the West, most European countries, even the United States actually, have laws that say if you're in the territory, you can be, and you've committed crime somewhere else, you can be prosecuted. And many countries, and we've seen in this constellation, I mean, I don't know how much time I have left.
Like 1-2 minutes.
I mean, there's this whole
And then we'll
ecosystem.
come back because we'll have questions.
There's a whole ecosystem we can talk about. I have the ICC up here, which I should say, after 23 years and the cost of billions of dollars, has actually never convicted a state official at any level anywhere in the world. I think that is important to repeat. No state official at any level, at anywhere in the world, has been finally convicted by the ICC. But what? That was the ICTY. But it's really important that the ICC exists for many reasons. We can go into it. Habre would not have been prosecuted without the ICC because the African Union was so intent. So I didn't get to the end of the Habre story. The end of the Habre story is that Belgium sought his extradition. Senegal refused to extradite him. Belgium went to the International Court of Justice, got a ruling against Senegal. A new president came in Senegal. They agreed with the African Union to set up a special court in Senegal to prosecute him. The reason the African Union got involved was because they wanted to prevent all these Africans from going to the ICC. They wanted to show they could prosecute Africans in Africa. So you have the ICC, you have a generation of international mechanisms. There are 3, one on Myanmar, one on Syria, and one on ISIL, that are actually dedicated prosecutorial mechanisms based in Geneva mostly, that build cases to be given to prosecutors around the world. And a lot of prosecutions, like Syrians in Germany and elsewhere, have come about because of leads and prosecutions and evidence developed by these mechanisms. You also have these ad hoc tribunals. You mentioned Yugoslavia, but one of the things we learned in the Habre case when the African Union and Senegal got together to create this court is that through the artifice of creating an ad hoc tribunal, you can basically do everything that you can basically tailor make a tribunal for the case. So, I mean, obviously you need jurisdiction, you need fair trial, but in Senegal or in Belgium, the trials would not have been televised. We made it so the trial would be televised. No, you put in everything you want for these things. And then you've got all these universal jurisdiction cases, of which there are dozens and dozens around the world. The problem in general is that they are what are called low-cost defendants. They're kind of your garden variety Serbs and Hutus and Nazis. And the big political cases, you have these, I mean, the problem that runs through this whole thing are double standards. It's very easy to get a Hutu or a Serb. It's a lot harder to get an American or an Israeli. I'll stop there.
Keep your questions because we're going to go through the panel and then we'll come to you. Olivia's going to give me a time stamp at some point. I'm going to go to Nick because it flows very nicely from what Reed was saying. You were inside, you were a prosecutor on some of these cases, and now you're working with civil society. And it seems, you know, as the director of an NGO, Nathaniel and I, organizations like the Reckoning Project and what Nathaniel does, has in recent years filled in gaps. You know, we both work directly with the Office of the Prosecutor General in Kyiv. I don't think that would have happened in the past. So can you talk a bit about this kind of segue and also what you see for the future, where this is all going in a time when international justice seems especially blocked because of the current regime in Washington, D.C.?
Great, thanks a lot, Janine, and thanks to the hosts for having us. Really an honor to be sharing this space in this panel with such eminent experts. So just to touch base on a couple ideas to discuss the future of international war crimes prosecution, certainly agree that civil society is playing an increasing role in bringing these cases in domestic courts. Really a critical, I'd say, new development in the past 15 or 20 years. And I'd like to touch on two themes in my presentation. The first being the new trend of usage of domestic courts, as we're seeing pioneers like Reed helped bring those cases about in the late 90s and 2000s. And now we're seeing a resurgence, a third wave of universal jurisdiction, which I'd like to talk about. And the second aspect is to discuss kind of new methods and modalities of evidence sharing between civil society, between the mechanisms that Reed mentioned, as well as domestic prosecutors, and how we can kind of enhance that evidence sharing and modes of collaboration between these key stakeholders that are advancing the field. To give a little bit of background on my organization, Legal Action Worldwide, we're a nonprofit based in Geneva, Switzerland. We are a survivor-centered nonprofit that provides legal advice and representation to victims and survivors around the world. We have a survivor-centered, intersectional, gender-competent approach, and we do this work through our field offices in East Africa, the Middle East, Ukraine, and South Asia. So we have a decentralized model with lawyers in the field, helping survivors bring cases in domestic courts, regional courts, and international courts. And I'll talk a little bit about some of those cases in my remarks today. So firstly, with respect to domestic courts as a kind of newish avenue for the future of war crimes prosecution. So I like to quote one of my friends, former colleagues and now current judge of the ICC, Betty Holler, who's always said that the future of international criminal law is domestic. I find that quite poignant coming from a judge at the ICC, but certainly an indicator that the ecosystem that Reed referred to is one that is certainly not reliant on the ICC as the end-all be-all of international criminal justice. It's really about a system and creating states as the primary actors through which these cases can be investigated and prosecuted. Indeed, that's the design of the Rome Statute system, which says that cases can only go to the ICC as a matter of last resort. It's really up to states to do the work in the first instance, and only if states are unwilling or unable to do so should a case be brought to the ICC. So using these domestic courts in a couple of ways. First, filing cases in the country and the territory where the crimes occurred. We've done this at Legal Action Worldwide, for example, in South Sudan, brought a case on behalf of 3 female survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, the first case of its kind to be brought under the Geneva Conventions Act. This is a domestic war crimes case in domestic courts in South Sudan, and we're eager to move that case forward. Similarly, domestic courts provide an avenue under principles of universal jurisdiction. So in countries where, not where the crime happened, but where there are laws to punish the perpetrators and ideally the presence of victims and or perpetrators to justify the progress of the investigation. So we've done a lot of work in the universal jurisdiction space over the past couple of years. And as Reed mentioned, there are many, many countries around the world that are expanding this space. There's a great resource, Justice Beyond Borders, that the Community Foundation for Justice put together that has an interactive map of the world universal jurisdiction laws. I recommend checking it out if you have a minute. You can just Google Justice Beyond Borders and sort by region, country, what have you. And they'll list the individual laws in each country. So you can see, for example, which countries have outlawed genocide versus crimes against humanity versus genocide. But just to say that we filed cases in different countries, and we're trying to bring it out of Europe, as we kind of alluded to in the remarks. Certainly, we saw some pioneering cases in Spain, the UK, to an extent, but really Germany, France being leaders. And oh, sorry, can you hear me? Sorry, great. But just to say that there's this importance, I would say, to bring cases closer to victims. So, for example, we filed a case last week in Australia. I can't mention the context, but it's one that's closer, in fact, to the victims than would we have filed it in Europe. Similarly, we filed cases in South Africa. We worked on a case in Argentina involving the Rohingya crisis, where I went with 7 survivors of the genocide who testified in a confidential criminal investigative hearing. And through close cooperation with the UN mechanism for Myanmar, which provided essential contextual evidence, for example, to meet the elements for genocide, for crimes against humanity, the local prosecutor there in Argentina approved an application for arrest warrants for over 20 senior Myanmar officials, and the judge issued those warrants earlier this year. So it's that kind of collaboration that I'm talking about, whereby civil society can file cases. The UN mechanism can help support the evidence building. If civil society brings the victims, the UN mechanisms and fact-finding missions can bring the contextual elements, the contextual evidence, the linkage evidence, linking the crimes to perpetrators, and the domestic prosecutor can move the case forward. So it's a model we're seeing was relatively successful. Of course, we still have to effect the arrest warrants and execute the arrest warrants, which is a key challenge, but certainly a model that we hope to replicate in other contexts. I'll touch base briefly on that second aspect with respect to collaboration. But before I do, I also wanted to mention not just domestic courts, but also regional human rights bodies and mechanisms. On the African Commission for Human Rights, we have a case against Ethiopia. It's not a war crimes prosecution per se, it's not a criminal case, but it's a civil case looking for state liability for violations of the Banjul Charter, which we argued included war crimes and crimes against humanity. That case is ongoing. We presented it in an oral hearing in May in the Gambia. Ethiopia has responded. We're awaiting a decision on that. We did obtain a provisional measures victory in the sense that Ethiopia was ordered to cease violations and to open a humanitarian corridor. So also UN treaty bodies, CEDAW, UNCAT, Human Rights Committee are all venues for holding states responsible for war crimes that we've sought to hold accountable under different human rights laws. So there are other mechanisms you can use besides criminal courts, but we can talk more about that later. Lastly, just on the method of collaboration, I mentioned the example of Argentina as a kind of template for that new collaboration, and certainly hoping to replicate that. We're seeing a kind of change in the mandate of UN fact-finding missions, I should add. In particular, a kind of closed-off mandate in the past, not willing to share with civil society, but only with the states who request information. And we're seeing, for example, now with the Sudan fact-finding mission, an interest at least in sharing and a little bit of wiggle room in their mandate to do so. And we're hoping that that's a sign that the UN will be more willing to share evidence with legal representative victims who are filing cases in countries. 2 quick points before I close out. The Article 9310 in the Rome Statute. So this allows for, I would say, an untested aspect of collaboration that really should be, I would hope, the future of international criminal prosecutions. It allows for states to seek evidence from the ICC to support their domestic prosecutions in domestic courts. Relatively untested, relatively unused to my knowledge, but really a kind of example where the ICC could step in and act as this kind of global hub of international criminal justice that it's alluded to in the prosecutor's policy for complementarity in 2024, recommended reading. But really a way, for example, for investigators and prosecutors at the ICC who've developed already the contextual elements for war crimes, for crimes against humanity, for genocide, to share that information with local prosecutors who want to go after low-level officials in their countries. So under principles of universal jurisdiction or otherwise. So one mechanism I think we need to use more. And lastly, on the point of tracking and arrest, certainly a key aspect that needs to be further developed. We have a program that we're working at Legal Action Worldwide with a collection of civil society agencies looking to enhance our social media monitoring of tracking of suspects as well as their families. I thought that Duolingo example, Christian, was a great one. But one we've seen actually in a couple contexts, it's often the spouses or family members who tip us off to the travel of the family, not the perpetrator themselves. And it's linking those two people that has been an issue, but something that we're closely monitoring. And thanks to social media and the I'd say, overwhelming amount of open source information available that people post voluntarily themselves, it's become a new, I'd say, tool we have in our arsenal to hold perpetrators to account. So all in there, and happy to answer more questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nick. That was great. And, you know, it really is a question of synergy now as well, and more alliances, especially given that we're working in at times of dark impunity, that we really need to come together, civil society, UN, and international justice mechanisms. Asla, I'm going to go to you with the really tough question. I don't think anywhere in my very, very long career in war zones, I've come across such a complex reaction to Gaza, to the absolute, you know, Israel's destruction of Gaza, the number of fatalities, the number of injuries, and yet such a clear, what seems to us, evidence that we're seeing, and yet doesn't seem like anything's happening. Could you walk us through where we are with Gaza in terms of legality, in terms of where is the ICC, given that it's crippled by sanctions, and what's going on with the ICJ? And of course, you're a European, as I am. Really, there's a very different reaction in Europe than there is in the US. So if you could just, I know it's a broad sweep, but I think a lot of people in this audience would really like to hear your wisdom. And just, I have to add personally, Asla has been so courageous and so outspoken and so absolutely like a North Star in this world. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you. First, thank you for including me. And honestly, I thought I would be quite the outlier on this panel, because not so much on Gaza, but because I'm a great skeptic of the International Criminal Court. But I've been very heartened by these initial presentations, both the realism of what the court has achieved and how much it has cost, but also a creative thought about what it might be able to be, namely a standing international investigative mechanism rather than the pipe dream of the prosecutorial turn, which I think was a terrible error at the international level. But maybe we'll leave that for the discussion, since the question I was asked was much more narrow. And obviously it is fitting in a genocide studies program to speak of Gaza, where we have seen a real-time genocide unfold. We haven't required forensic architecture or anybody else to surveil that for us, because it has been advertised broadly. We've been able to watch it in real time in social media. We've listened to Israeli officials declaim their intentions. We've heard from the very top that people will be starved, they will be cut off from all forms of energy, that they will be treated as human animals. There is simply no empirical doubt as to what has happened. And this even is the case with respect to the question of intention, which is one that is often very difficult to grapple with in the area of genocide. But the empirical record and the fact that we've had numerous investigations, including the International Court of Justice, issue provisional measures, put the Israeli government on notice, raise these allegations in real time, and then had the ongoing genocide continue for another 15 or 16 months, simply obviates the notion that any of these acts were not clearly deliberate, particularly those acts calculated to create conditions that would deprive Gazans of the basic subsistence requirements for physical existence. So we are simply at a place where we can name it for what it is. In genocide studies programs across the country, I would simply note that that is not what's happening across the country. So quite apart from the international level, which I will now speak to in a minute, just to give a little overview of what's happened through international mechanisms, which have been surprisingly active, I should say, much more so than one might have expected. Thinking about this on October 8th, 2023, I would not have expected arrest warrants. I would probably not have expected the number of cases we've seen in which elements of this genocide have been brought before the ICJ. Nonetheless, actually, it's the United States that represents perhaps the most important obstacle to meaningful accountability, even more so than the Israelis' own determined efforts to shield themselves with impunity. And the United States' efforts have trickled down to such a point to the domestic arena that it could be forgiven, as Janine just did, for describing a person who forthrightly discusses the genocide for treating that as a courageous act, or for imagining that that's somehow heroic in this country, because in this jurisdiction it is now on penalty of potentially very damaging consequences to one's career, if not even more far-reaching consequences, to even name this reality, in part because we're facilitating it. And we're determined to continue to enable that, even when we rebrand it as a 20-point plan or what have you. Okay, so where are we with respect to international mechanisms? So the question that I was posed, and I'm just gonna, I put together some notes because I was also told I had 5 minutes, and so I anticipated I would need to move quickly. I would actually start with the Independent Commission of Inquiry from the United Nations, which spent 2 years investigating and also illustrates the kind of pressure I'm talking about, because all of the commissioners jointly also resigned. They issued their report. It was an act of courage to do so, but they also relinquished their mandate because of the intense personal pressure they were brought under as a consequence of their investigation. But in any case, that Independent Commission of Inquiry found that the Israeli authorities had deliberately inflicted conditions of life on the Palestinians in Gaza calculated to destroy, in whole or in part, the Palestinians in Gaza, which is an underlying act of genocide. They also spoke to the epistemic conditions that were available to the Israeli officials in question in addressing the question of intention. And so they are the first to really set forth a clear legal argument about how one can find both the underlying acts necessary to ground claims of genocide and the necessary mental condition or intention to support an allegation of genocide. But well before the Independent Commission of Inquiry's determination, which just was this fall, we had the ICJ contentious case that was brought by South Africa as far back as December 2023, because as early as 2 months into Israel's campaign in Gaza, and note that we had already had one ceasefire in that period. So Israel initiated a campaign allegedly in self-defense. I won't bore you at the moment with the IHL analysis of whether a belligerent occupant can act in self-defense against the population under occupation. It cannot. But however, that was their claim. And the claim was that they had to debilitate Hamas's infrastructure and its ability to ever again commit an act like October 7th. And already as early as November of 2023, the IDF internally was indicating conclusions that it had succeeded in that military objective, and a ceasefire was put in place that was then ended, and the onslaught continued. The lack of humanitarian supplies to the civilian population was already in place. And as a consequence, the South Africans drew the conclusion that failing action at the Security Council, and again, we can discuss the political context in which these institutions have had to be triggered because of a failure of international institutions in the name of peace and security to impose mandatory obligations on Israel to desist from its onslaught, that a case had to be filed. The case was filed in December 2023. The first hearing was held in January 2024. Provisional measures were issued, including provisional measures that were supported by the Israeli ad hoc judge to the International Court of Justice, who also affirmed that there was a positive obligation on the part of Israel in light of the evidence already available in January 2024 to allow unimpeded humanitarian relief to enter Gaza. That has never occurred since October 8, 2023. And as a consequence, and this is the epistemic environment that I'm describing, the Israelis have been under binding orders to enable access to humanitarian aid and to reverse the creation of conditions in Gaza that threaten the physical existence of the civilian population, and have failed to abide deliberately, knowingly failed to abide by those orders, quite apart from their underlying pre-existing international legal obligations under the Genocide Convention and otherwise. However, the ICJ case, which has issued several rounds of provisional measures in the course of the year 2024, is stalled because the Israelis requested, and were entitled to request, an extension for their own submission with respect to the merits case, that is turning to the substantive question that South Africa has brought before the court. And so the Israeli submission will not occur until January 2026, which means very likely we will not actually get to a merits hearing until 2027. Which is one reason why international institutions are ill-equipped to address an ongoing genocide. These rules, the rules that are being violated flagrantly by the Israelis, are designed to condition the ex ante, the conduct of perpetrators. Ex post, quote unquote, accountability is no way to address a genocide. The International Criminal Court, similarly, was pressed into investigating potential crimes allegedly being committed both by Israelis and Palestinians on the territory of Palestine. The original investigation, begun by someone I think who could quite reasonably be described as courageous, the previous prosecutor, Fatou Bensouda, had initiated an investigation in March 2021, which had been stalled as a consequence of political pressure, and she was succeeded by a less courageous prosecutor, albeit one now struggling under sanctions and who deserves our solidarity. That was forced into activity following October 7th. Okay, well, mixed bag on solidarity. In any case, and eventually arrest warrants were issued for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, then Minister of Defense, for crimes against humanity, including systematic murder and persecution, and the war crime of starvation, which war crime undergirds the Independent Commission's finding of genocide, deliberate infliction of starvation over a period of time that essentially imposes conditions of life calculated to destroy in whole or in part the Palestinian population. However, arrest warrants, and I should just note also that arrest warrants were issued for several Hamas leaders, the majority of whom have been assassinated, if not all, have been assassinated by the Israelis in the intervening period, but none of the alleged perpetrators facing arrest warrants are in custody. And the ICC, of course, depends on acquiring custody over individuals and depends on member states to arrest and then surrender those individuals to its custody, as was already mentioned by Reid, by Christian, sorry, that Netanyahu visited Hungary since the arrest warrants were issued, was not arrested. Hungary would rather withdraw from the International Criminal Court than impose accountability on Israelis, and the likelihood that the ICC will ever have custody over the Israelis that face arrest warrants is, I would say, vanishingly slim, but I would not have expected an ICC investigation in the first place, so I may be too cynical. Finally, two advisory opinions that are notable. The first was initiated prior to October 7th, but the decision came out from the ICJ subsequent to October 7th on July 19th, 2024. This is the advisory opinion on the unlawfulness of the Israeli occupation, and it found, amongst many things, that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is obviously an unlawful violation of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, an unlawful violation of the prohibition on the acquisition of territory by force, but also an unlawful violation of international humanitarian law with settlement activity by Israel constituting a grave breach of the Fourth Geneva Convention, as well as, of course, the conditions that have been imposed in Gaza. So once more, an advisory opinion that provides the international legal basis to say Israel has been found time and again to be guilty of massive war crimes, in this case, systematic war crimes for almost 6 decades. And decisions have been issued from the highest international sources that either it must take, as with the provisional measures, actions immediately to desist, or in the case of the advisory opinion, that member states and third-party states are under an obligation to prevent Israel's ongoing war crimes, to desist from facilitating or cooperating with them, to review their own trade policies and other relations with Israel in connection to its activities in the occupied Palestinian territories. And the General Assembly, following the advisory opinion, issued a resolution on 18 September 2024, giving 12 months for Israel to come into compliance with its obligations as defined in that advisory opinion, or to face consequences. That deadline elapsed on the 18th of September 2025. Very few consequences are notable. Ireland, Norway, Denmark, a number of governments have begun reviewing their trade relations with Israel. The General Assembly adopted a resolution in September prior to that deadline, I believe, maybe on the 12th of September of this year, once more overwhelmingly endorsing a two-state solution and the Palestinians' right to self-determination. But the idea that meaningful consequences will be imposed on Israel continues to be essentially at the mercy of the United States' willingness to support such consequences, and there is no such willingness. Lastly, more recent ICJ advisory opinion, the advisory opinion on the activities of the United Nations, and specifically of UNRWA, the Relief and Works Authority that is responsible for the welfare of Palestinian refugees since 1948, was issued just a couple of weeks ago on October 22nd of this year. And once more, the ICJ found that the Israeli government is wildly in violation of its obligations, first and foremost, to provide humanitarian supplies. Israel, as the belligerent occupant, has the primary obligation to provide all humanitarian supplies necessary for the subsistence and life, well-being, and dignity of Palestinians living in Gaza, and indeed Palestinians living throughout the occupied Palestinian territory. Failing its meeting of that obligation, it is under a secondary obligation to enable relief from independent international entities, including the United Nations, And as a charter member of the United Nations, it's also under an obligation to help facilitate and assist in the UN's activities, not impede and target. Finally, it is also under an obligation to recognize the privileges and immunities of those who work for the United Nations. Instead, it has killed a record number of UN employees in Gaza, in the hundreds, the highest number ever recorded in any conflict. It has also absolutely ended the activities of UNRWA. In fact, it has sought to seize the territory on which UNRWA's headquarters are located in Jerusalem in order to expand its settlement activity in that city. And it has, of course, impeded not only UNRWA, but all humanitarian agencies from enabling the provision of aid. And so while the ICJ was asked only to review the legal obligations of Israel and not the consequences of its violation of those legal obligations, the consequences are clear across the board. We would expect accountability. I'm just going to end by noting that I began my career working for the Palestinian survivors of Israel's massacres in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps in Lebanon, and representing those survivors in their effort to go to Belgium and make use of the law that Reed Brody described. And as far as I recall, it was actually the pressure from the Israeli government and the US government in connection to that case, not even reaching the Rumsfeld or Iraq war related issues, that led the Belgian parliament to immediately first suspend the applicability of that statute and then dismantle it altogether. And whereas others were able to be grandfathered, even though these victims had filed their case under the statute unamended, they were not allowed to proceed with their case. And so the degree to which the politicization of accountability with respect to Israel and its principal facilitator runs is incredibly deep and goes decades. It goes right back to the origin point of the thought that we could have an international order in the post-Cold War system that holds to the standards set by Nuremberg, that gross breaches, grave breaches of international humanitarian law and the commission of genocidal acts would be met with accountability, died in its cradle when that claim was brought to bear on Israel some 2.5 decades ago.
Thank you, Asla. The definition of impunity. I just want to say thank you for your courage, and there's some of my students here who are equally courageous, who have, despite threats and worse, have continued to speak out and do their best here on campus. But let's not go into that.
I do want to say, I was saying that I just don't think one should describe the act of speaking on this issue as courageous.
Yeah, but that's where we are now.
Empirical observation.
Yeah, but that's
this should not be courageous. It only speaks not to our attributes, but to the jurisdiction we're in. It makes any sense.
I never thought we would come to this, even going through the most terrible wars in the 90s, but here we are. But Nathaniel, I really want to come to you on, I was going to ask you to talk about Ukraine and the children, but I actually think if you can talk about Sudan, given that it is the most catastrophic humanitarian situation, it gets very little coverage. This week, the Reckoning Project launches in Sudan, led by Jihan Henry, who's can you raise your hand? An extraordinary human rights lawyer who comes to us from Human Rights Watch. Thanks to the Carnegie Corporation, we're able to begin our work there. But Nathaniel, you've got a paper coming out. Can you talk about it, or is it embargoed? Can you give us a briefing on?
You can read it in 3 hours.
Okay.
So I'm not a lawyer. I'm on the cop side. I investigate crimes. And with our team here at the Humanitarian Research Lab at Yale, I want to use Sudan in the past week as a way to talk about the past and the future in terms of holding perpetrators of mass atrocity crimes accountable. On Sunday, so 8 days ago, the Rapid Support Forces paramilitary group succeeded in capturing the city of Al-Fashir in Darfur after a, depending on how you measure it, 15 to 18-month siege. Yale had been in Overwatch, HRL had been in Overwatch since the start of the siege, and we produced a report every 9 days for the entirety of the siege based on satellite imagery analysis. And we warned the UN Security Council that the siege and the massacre would happen 2.5 years ago. And we've warned the UN Security Council in private session 6 times. We were working for the US government at that point. We warned the US National Security Council, the National Intelligence Council, and then provided an updated warning in the fall of 2023. So this is, and we said it was going to happen in the dry season of 2023 into 2024, and the siege began then. What this battle is the final battle of the Darfur genocide. So the killing that's happened now, and we think as of Friday, our report on Friday, we've only seen 30 to 60,000 make it out. There aren't civilians leaving Al Fasher because they're trapped inside a berm, an earthen wall that's 9 feet high. We think there's up to 200,000 people being killed right now. So we did Gaza, more than Gaza, likely based on the bodies we can see from space, in 1 week. And I want to say no one really cared at all. And so we looked at basically the last battle of the Darfur genocide happened this week, and it was the mass systematic killing of Zagawa, 4 and Barti civilians. Okay. And it was so accurately predicted. We knew when they were coming, where they were coming, who was coming. We knew everything. And so here's the good news about the future of war crimes investigation. We're really good at doing it remotely in real time now. We have the tactics, techniques, and capabilities of the intelligence community can now be brought to bear in 6 to 12-hour tasking cycles. So we're doing our 4th report, live evidence collection. We're watching body disposal right now. That's why I keep running in and out of the room, is because we're seeing the cleanup. In Srebrenica, it took decades, a decade and a half, I guess, to get the SR-71 Blackbird surveillance footage from the CIA into court. Probably, Kip, you know the actual number, but it took a long time. And that showed them moving the bodies around from different disposition sites, AKA graves. We're doing that speed chess, 3 to 6 hours in real time. So the good news is we have incredible capability, and that capability is only growing. But satellites can't create political will. And so if any student comes to me and says, how can I use technology to advance accountability? I'll say, go down to a pond and jump into it. Because technology can't solve political problems. Technology can reveal where political will exists and doesn't. It can activate it. It can't create it. And so here, whoop-de-doo, we've nailed it on Darfur. We had 2.5 years. We couldn't stop it because these people mattered less than the West relationship with the United Arab Emirates. And so they died. The end. We now have all this evidence, and we'll see what the ICC can and cannot, does and does not do with it. So we need to very clearly separate what technology can do, yay, great, super cool sci-fi, from the fact that we often can join it to somehow it being a political integer, it being a political activator. It can reveal a political will. Yep. And we're seeing that now with Darfur. But would have been nice to have that before people were run over on cameras in front of their families and shot as a group on camera and made to beg for their lives and then shot in the past week. So, just to put it in human terms, on Monday, sources on the ground, Monday morning said 1,200 were dead. By Monday evening, they said it was 10,000. By Tuesday, we can't get them on the phone anymore. And so if you take one thing out of this, is that we have come so far in 10 to 15 years on the investigative side. When we were working with ICC, and I'm now NDA has expired, so I can say it, on Kenya case, when we were at Harvard, they didn't have in-house, as you know, Nick, at ICC on satellite capability. They didn't have in-house on OSINT. And now it's not only a supporting capability, it's tip of the spear. And so we made that shift in about 10 to 15 years. In one generation, we've gone from people like me being occasionally called in to now we're the first line of response. And that's amazing. But now it's up to all of you to create political environments where this evidence can matter, where this evidence can be early warning, where these people don't have to die. And it has nothing to do with me or any of the people up here. It has everything to do with you. So what I'll close with is Frederick Douglass, in talking about the abolition of slavery, power concedes nothing without demand.
Really powerful. We're gonna go to question zone, I think, because we've got so many of you, I think, who want to ask. We'll take all the questions and then come to the panels to ask. And just one note on what Nathaniel said, part of what the Reckoning Project does, we work in the court of law, but we work in the court of public opinion, because to get that political will is the most important thing. So we work with journalists to give truthful narrative that will strengthen what is actually happening. Sorry, we're just gonna go to questions. Questions from online. Oh, okay. Thank you. Olivia, do you wanna? Yeah, just questions. Who wants to? Yeah.
Hi, all. Thank you so much. My question is primarily for Natty. Natty, I realize that you don't think that the use of technology, or you're discouraged by the use of technology and accountability for Sudan, but we have seen technology and social media in particular change public opinion quite dramatically in the US on Gaza, whether or not that actually has manifested into anything of consequence. And so I'm wondering if you see the potential for young people to sort of amass critical knowledge on social media, and if that's a pathway forward for Sudan.
Potentially. Yeah, I don't know. That's my answer.
Questions? Come on, there must be more than that. This was an extraordinary panel.
Thank you all very much. My name is Cormac. My question is about the state of ICJ. I believe the case was brought in March from the Sudanese government against the RSF, and how it relates to previous ICC, ICJ proceedings, investigations, and how you sort of assess the political situation with the UAE and its backers sort of evading accountability.
I'm gonna read one from online because I think it ties in with that. It's from Dr. Salim Al-Rashid. He's saying, beyond gathering digital evidence, how are you using AI to package and present it in a way that is irrefutable and can overcome political resistance in bodies like the UN Security Council? Does anyone want to take those two or separately, or should we go to more questions? I'd be happy to. Okay, shall I go ahead? Janine? Yeah. Oh, yeah, thank you.
So first I would just even tying it to the first question and this question as well, I do think that the point I made a moment ago, like it's about the rules applying ex ante, meaning that the political will has to be generated now. It's not about accountability. I don't think it matters what happens at the ICC and the ICJ with respect to an unfolding genocide. I think it matters that frames this as a question of crimes and criminality in order to get action. The challenge, I think, with Al-Fashir and with Gaza, with Sudan in general, in contrast to Gaza, is with Gaza, there's a very straight line narrative in the United States about how our conduct as a jurisdiction impacts what's happening on the ground. There is actually a quite compelling case that's almost parallel to that Nathaniel just spoke to, which is that the UAE's role in the Sudan is the enabling condition. But for the UAE, we would not be seeing the continuation of this conflict on the terms that we have seen it. And the United States, again, is in many ways an enabler of the United Arab Emirates. It's the United States' willingness to use its political heft and its role in the United Nations to shield investigation and to enable the UAE to continue to act with impunity. Now, of course, the UAE is the agent there, and that's a more complicated story to tell American young people on campuses about why their political engagement today matters in shaping the political field in which the UAE can act with impunity. And I would add, Saudi Arabia is another good example. We had another investigative mechanism, international investigative mechanism on Yemen that was quietly retired. You can't even investigate crimes committed by the UAE and Saudi Arabia on Yemen at the United Nations. Why? Because they were allowed to use their capital to lobby and to threaten the organization and its other activities, including life-saving humanitarian activities and their funding, if that investigation were to continue once more with US support. And this support is bipartisan. This is not a matter of Trump's relationship to the Gulf. This is a bipartisan choice on the part of US government, Biden, Trump, before them Obama, to enable this kind of an environment. And so there is a direct line to shifting the political understanding of this global environment. But I would argue that international prosecutions and international institutions are essentially diversionary. We got the ICTY and the ICTR because the United States did not want to expend a tiny amount of capital to prevent a foreseeable genocide that it was informed of. In fact, it used its capital to withdraw existing forces that might have been able to at least slow the progress of that genocide in order to have no obstacles in the way of the genocide, lest there be a single bad PR moment for the Clinton administration. And then after the fact, having been nailed on both of those fronts, Srebrenica, the genocide in Rwanda, it said, what thing can we stand up that it involves the expenditure of some actual capital, some money to employ some lawyers somewhere, and to claim that we're addressing these issues. So it's in the failure of political will, to my mind, that explains the creation of some of these international institutions to impose ex post so-called accountability, which does nothing for the hundreds of thousands of people that we know in real time are about to be executed. So it's about shifting. Now, technology has a role, as was already pointed out with respect to Gaza. People's understanding of the conflict was shaped by what they were seeing in real time. And the ability to get those images out in the same way with respect to Sudan is again impeded because there isn't the kind of focus on Sudan that there is on Israel-Palestine. And that is in our hands. But it's also in Nathaniel's hands, actually. We do have a responsibility. Everybody on this panel does have a responsibility. Our responsibility is to raise our voices as much as humanly possible to get these issues in headlines. And they're not in headlines because the political elite doesn't care in the United States, and the political elite in the United States enables the environment that means that no one else even finds out.
Great. Okay. Yeah, Nikita, and then let's get Rohan in the back. Nikita, Rohan, and then we'll get the rest of you too.
Hi,
Let's do all the questions before we answer.
sure. Yeah. Hi. Thank you so much again for such an insightful panel. I think especially as we have been seeing the political climate, as you have been describing, shift, especially as it seems for Americans as they see actors within the Middle East, let's say the UAE or Saudi Arabia, through like sports washing or even through like their comedy, tours and etc. And so I think even looking at like the political will there was from 10 years ago versus where there is now, you mentioned that, there are not as many headlines, but like Human Rights Watch wrote something about how, like we need to be naming and shaming those who are going to these comedy, the comedy tour, but like that didn't do anything. So
A question, please.
Sorry.
A comment.
Sorry, yes. So I guess like question is for like this political will question, like if naming and shaming is no longer working, then what is next? Like, how do we move beyond that?
Okay. Rohan in the back, and then we'll get some other. I'll see you at the soon.
Yeah, again, thank you so much. So I think, Nick, you mentioned that the future of international law is domestic and that a system that relies on states instead of the ICC is like a potential future that you think would be successful. I wanted to ask, so my understanding is that like the ICC, the UN, like justice systems right now are overly politicized in a way that does not allow for accountability. But how does a system that relies on states, or like how does that exist in a way that is not similarly overly politicized?
You want to take that, Nick?
Yeah, Mike. Thank you. Thanks for the question. Oops. Sorry, is this on? Hello? No?
Okay.
Hi. Yeah.
Thank you. So great question, and certainly one that goes to, I think, the heart of the issue. Really, these are always complicated cases. ICL cases by nature have a blend of legal elements and political elements. And it's often those cases with the least kind of, I'd say, political ramifications that are most successful. Certainly at the ICC, we saw the early days low-hanging fruit with DRC cases, warlords who were held to account. And to Reed's point, a lack of state officials being held accountable at the ICC. There is, I did want to mention the current trial of Duterte, former president of the Philippines. We're hoping for a success there, but still very early days. So the way we see it and how we're trying to be strategic is filing cases in, for example, under principles of universal jurisdiction in countries that have demonstrated political will to act in certain contexts, whether it's through their actions at the UN, through public statements by the foreign minister, through statements by other prosecutors, other officials. We're looking for states that want to do the right thing and create no safe haven for criminals who are traveling around the world. So we're relying on that political will and certainly mindful of the, I would say, minefield out there of differing views on universal jurisdiction, but also looking at the emergence of new kind of norms in terms of the willingness to extradite, to arrest and extradite officials. Certainly, the Hague-Ljubljana Treaty is one example of that, where I think it's over 20 states have agreed to indeed arrest and extradite officials who've been indicted for these crimes to states that are willing to hold them to account. So.
Sorry, I just want to try to get to, yeah, let's try to get some more questions. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Fajr. Thank you so much for being here. My question is, as an Arab woman myself, I'm beyond disappointed in even the Arab League's complicity in both the atrocities in Gaza and in Sudan. And I'm just wondering, in talking about the future of accountability or beyond accountability in the 21st century, how can we hold even international actors accountable as students in the US beyond holding the US accountable and putting pressure?
Reed, do you want to take that?
Well, I think, we just have to do frankly, do everything all the time. Stand up, go out, vote. I think, this is a time in this country, in this world, when we all need to stand up and do everything. Whether it's documenting, whether it's litigating, whether it's voting, whether it's protesting, whether it's striking, whether it's boycotting. I just think this is a time for activism.
Never gonna be your time. Let's go. There's a couple more questions. Yeah. Angel, Ambassador Galbraith just arrived fresh from Iraq. Angel, and then I can't see. Fresh.
But not fresh.
Okay. Angel, and then there's someone in the middle who had their hand up for a while.
So my question is about narratives and baselines. Much of human rights work depends on establishing factual baselines, documenting atrocities, deaths, and abuses. But in a quote unquote, post-truth era where perspectivism is rampant and media distrust is rampant, how do we ground ourselves in facts when even those very factual baselines are disputed?
Yeah, I think this dovetails with the methodology question that was asked earlier. So first, I'm going to dispute, let me say this, naming and shaming always depended on the capacity to shame. And there are some actors that basically know they can secure impunity, and also they have a disproportionate role in shaping narratives themselves and can create counter narratives. The United States has historically been in that role, and naming and shaming has never had very much purchase on the United States. So let's begin by saying that this is not necessarily new. Secondly, though, I think naming and shaming still has some purchase even here, but it doesn't have purchase through the kind of accountability that we're discussing, and again, which I think is diversionary in this panel. So let me just give you an example. Jamal Khashoggi was hacked to death in the embassy in Turkey. Now, what you see there is a series of different political actors with different roles and goals. The Turkish government was outraged and was on the outs at the time with the Saudi Arabians. And so they actually mounted an investigation and showed what had happened. And so we got the account of the handsaw, the dismemberment, et cetera. The Trump administration was extremely pro-Saudi. There was very unlikely to be meaningful consequences, but there were consequences for Saudi Arabia, actually, because the crown prince came to be reviled. There were financial consequences, there were diplomatic consequences. The loss of political capital for Saudi Arabia took them years to make up for, notwithstanding the support of the United States. And so that also is an interesting, it gives you an insight into strategic opportunities, because the empirical environment is always going to be shaped by the realities of power. Power controls the epistemic field in which we play, what things get heard, what things become salient, how you're able to navigate. That was an example of crossing another country that's a medium-sized power, but in a way that really triggered it and caused it to put out a narrative that then did have that shaping effect, notwithstanding the US's determined efforts to sweep it under the carpet, not discuss it, not acknowledge what had happened, and actually exacted a meaningful price that did ultimately shift, even if incredibly modestly, Saudi state behavior. And that none of that went through human rights accountability in the sense of, is someone going to get tried? Is it likely that MBS is going to face, an indictment? I mean, none of those things are going to happen, but it's an object lesson. And I would connect this to Nick's earlier point about domestic jurisdictions. You have strategic opportunities. It's true. All domestic jurisdictions are totally politicized, right? They are not going to bring prosecutions that are in tension with their own foreign policy goals. That's why Belgium shut down that statute. They're not going to have trials in their domestic courts against their allies. That's not going to happen. But there are 190 plus different domestic jurisdictions in the international system, and not all alliance schemes fall the same way across all those domestic jurisdictions. And domestic courts are the engine of accountability to this day because we live in a state-driven system. And so failing to harness them or imagine creative ways of using them and strategically deploying them in an environment where power is diffuse, and actually we're in an increasingly multipolar time in which the United States is not a unipolar actor and doesn't have exclusive hegemonic control over the epistemic field, requires us to think strategically about how to deploy what we can do in terms of empirical investigations.
Thank you. There was one more someone had their hand up in the middle for a long time and I didn't see you. No? Okay. What?
On the next panel.
Next panel is 11:45, so I think we're gonna wrap up. Thank you so much to these incredible panels. Thank you to the next panel is at 11:45 and it's on lessons learned from past wars. So my friends are here from Bosnia, from Kosovo, from Iraq, and we're going to go into what happened in the past and how it can help us moving forward in the future. So 10 more minutes, we'll be back at the panel, right? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Here for setting that up. With that said, and I don't want to get in the way of our next panel, so I'll turn it over to you, Janine.
Okay, does that work? Great. So I'm glad it's crowded, but I hope you're all comfortable. And this is going to be an incredible panel. As many of my students know, I always teach a class that basically looks at past conflicts and how they relate to what is happening now, and also what we could learn from it, because it's so important to look back to the wars of the 1990s, in particular, Bosnia, Kosovo, Iraq, Cambodia, other conflicts and what they mean now. This is an incredible panel. So again, you're so lucky and so honored to be with these god and goddesses of knowledge. Velma Sark, who is a really old and dear friend of mine who's come from Sarajevo. She was only 12 years old during the brutal siege of Sarajevo. She lived through that. She went on to become an incredible investigative journalist. And now she runs the Post-Conflict Research Center in Sarajevo, working on transitional justice. She's absolutely incredible. I've worked with her personally on tracking Radovan Karadzic, Mladic, deeply committed to both peace building and conflict mitigation. So Velma. Another dear and old friend of mine, in fact, they're all my dear and old friends, Ambassador Peter Galbraith. And Peter and I go way back to East Timor, Iraq, I can't remember, Iraq, I think. And he was, no, Croatia. He was the ambassador to Croatia during the Bosnian War. So when we would go through Zagreb, we would go to see him. He has also worked extensively as senior official for the UN in Afghanistan, but more heroically, and why he's on this panel, is he was the first to uncover Saddam Hussein's gassing of the Kurds in the late 80s, the Anfal, and has gone on to do extraordinary work in Iraq now, particularly with the Yazidi women, reuniting them with their children. He's just flown in this morning from Erbil, came directly from JFK for this conference, and he's here. So he's a great wealth of knowledge and a wonderful friend. Tina Kraja, another extraordinarily heroic and brilliant woman from Kosovo, She, by the way, was a world fellow here, then came back, decided to do her BA and her MA at Yale. So she is a true Yalie. I first met her during the 1999 war in Kosovo, the 78-day war, which we study extensively in my class. And she was a brilliant journalist working for Koha Ditore, which was the main Albanian language paper, really great, known for investigations. And then she went on to work for the Associated Press doing amazing investigations, particularly in sexual violence. But not satisfied with that, she went on after her Yale degrees to be an advisor to the president, and her portfolio was sexual violence and other things. So she's going to talk to us about Kosovo and what has happened after. And also I'd like to know what's happening in Kosovo right now. Keir Pale is the Reckoning Project's chief legal counsel. So you probably noticed I brought most of my team over for this conference. He's an experienced lawyer specializing in atrocity crimes, accountability, investigated, litigated, and advised 8 conflicts: Cambodia, Myanmar, Libya, Syria, which is where I first came across his work, with Sija in Syria during the Civil War. Worked at UN tribunals, led investigations for UN and non-governmental entities. He's also a known commodity in policy and diplomatic circles of international criminal justice. So I think we're going to kick off with Velma. Let's go back to that terrible, terrible time, the siege of Sarajevo, the Bosnian War. What did we learn from that in particular, which you and I often talk about, the fact that we have spoken to women who were brutally held in the rape camps in eastern Bosnia, and still to this day have to face their rapists when they go to pay their taxes or when they go to have a cup of coffee in their villages, because these men and women have never been brought to justice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Try this one.
Hello?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Janine. I will start by saying thank you for the invitation to you and your incredible Reckoning Team project. I would also like to say thank you to Professor Dr. David Simon, our board member and long-term friend from Yale Genocide Studies program, Professor Catherine Panther-Brick, also from Peace Building Initiative. There is many friends here, and Yale University really supporting transitional justice processes in Bosnia. This year is much more significant considering that we are marking 30th anniversary of Srebrenica genocide. And this month, actually, we are marking Dayton Peace Accord. So thank you for the opportunity to place Bosnia on the global scale and speak about this. I mean, when we speak about, the crimes of sexual violence and rape in Bosnia, which was so massively scaled up, we do have a numbers between 20 and 50,000 women going through rape and sexual violence or some form, according to the UN. And when we speak about prosecution and what actually really is important lesson we can highlight today is actually how these brave, mostly rural women who during the war and genocide lost their husbands actually decided they will take a stand in trials. There is important and very important case of Kunarac, which is a case where 17 rural women decided they will give their testimonial evidences at the Hague Tribunal, International Tribunal for former Yugoslavia. And this is actually for the first time that rape was defined as a crime against humanity. And this is contribution of these rural Bosnian women who decide that they will not stay silent and that they will speak about it. But still, when we think about the numbers I mentioned, between 20 and 50,000 women, there is only 720 women who claim reparations. So this is speaking about the stigma and silence and the fact that many of them are facing the perpetrators daily. We just mentioned there is a bunch of cases where women would go to pay electricity bills to their rapists. These small communities where perpetrators were never actually brought to justice are daily reality. And the heroic role of women, not just women who went through rape and sexual violence and give their testimonies at the trials, also goes into mentioning the mothers of Srebrenica, these incredible women from Eastern Bosnia who, after genocide in July 1995, stood up and they started to create women's movements in Bosnia. They were demanding justice. They were hitting the doors of international institutions. They were really able to define and deal with all these processes of facing the past. I need to mention first their important role in the seek for missing people. International Commission of Missing People, who is now based in Netherlands, in Hague, and searching for missing people from all around other post-conflict areas such as Syria and Ukraine now, was actually established through heroic fight of these women who were seeking for missing men. We just heard how we just heard about Srebrenica genocide and how long it took through satellites photos to find the bodies and all these processes. But also I'm mentioning International Commission of Missing People and seek for missing, because this specific DNA method of searching for missing people was established and piloted in Bosnia in 1998. And this is a global achievement of women. On another hand, I want to mention also their heroic role and shaping the transitional justice processes also in establishing International Tribunal for former Yugoslavia, which is in some ways predecessor of these other tribunals like Rwanda and Lebanon, where the witnesses and survivors decided they will take a stand in trials, that they will give testimonies. And this is also very important when we speak about the fact that these were rural women from Eastern Bosnia and who had to fight their fights with not so much political also support from Bosnia. There is plenty of advocacy efforts by women of Bosnia and survivors of Bosnia who did recently resulted with this new resolution, United Nations resolution on remembering Srebrenica genocide being adopted last year, which does provide us through transitional justice processes a lot of elements to deal with the past and speak primarily about the education of future generations, because resolution also does have a part which is related to education. There is so many important lessons and there is so many important experiences we can take from the fight of Bosnian women, but I want to mention that there is also important role of journalists, which I would like to highlight a little bit, because we can speak about this, I would say, historical role of journalists such as Janine and many other of her colleagues, and these journalistic initiatives in bringing military intervention in Bosnia. I mentioned the Dayton Peace Accord, but I would like to also highlighted the role of journalists who, you know, when war and siege of Sarajevo happened, where more than 11,000 people were killed. From these numbers, 1,605 children alone, through this brutal siege where, you know, the journalists, international journalists and reporters actually were living daily these horrors. We can speak about, you know, how the journalism during that time was going through, you know, the whole transformation from analog to digital and everything what you guys did for our country. And it's something what, you know, later we witnessed that it became judicial evidence without brave testimonies and reports from Prijedor, for example, where massive concentration camps were established, where Ed Vuliami and many other journalists were first witnesses and brought the first testimonies about it. We would never have a trials. We would never have a judicial evidence that all these things did happen to us. And also in this post-conflict reconstruction, we are dealing now with a bunch of genocide denial and war crimes denial, and where war criminals been celebrated as heroes. Recently, Republika Srpska, the entity which genocide was committed, also Srebrenica genocide was committed, the entity of Republika Srpska Ministry of Education brought the changes to educational curriculums, and convicted war criminals, Radovan Karadzic and Ratko Mladic, they were incorporated in educational curriculums as heroes for youth. We are daily facing the rehabilitation and celebration of war criminals through murals, giving the streets names of streets to war criminals. And it's so important that we have these reports and that we have these proves that what happened to us really was true, because we will still struggle with so much denial. And I want to say thank you, Janine, and thank you to all your colleagues. Many of them lost a life in Bosnia too, but it's been so important, and it's been, you know, the most important part of our history. So I stop here.
Thank you, Velma. And just on a personal note, I am the person I am today because of Bosnia. It changed my life forever, witnessing what happened to the civilians and the later lack of justice. But we're going to get more into that. I'm going to go stick with the Balkans and then come to you, Peter and Kip. But Tina, let's talk about what happened in Kosovo following Bosnia. One of the most interesting things was that it took so long for military intervention to arrive in Sarajevo. In Srebrenica was allowed to happen on the watch of Kofi Annan. But then it happened so quickly with Kosovo, or did it not? Because it was a long buildup with the atrocities going on until 1999.
Yes, so for the people like us living on the ground, it felt longer, right? Is this on?
Right now. Yeah.
It felt longer because we will.
Maybe just use that one. Use this one, yeah.
We were living through it, through the segregation and the for a decade before the actual apartheid, before the war actually erupted in Kosovo, the full sort of conflict. But I want to say, just to sort of echo what Velma just said about the journalists. When journalists came from Bosnia to Kosovo in 1998, 1999, they knew who was the perpetrator. They knew who was doing the segregation, who was imposing the apartheid. And they brought those stories to millions of living rooms across the globe. This is what changed in Kosovo. This awareness, this buildup resulted in awareness in political activism in Washington, in Brussels, with people like Janine, people like Christiana Mampour, saying, why are our policy makers, why are our leaders making deals with people who start the fire and then pretend that they are the firefighters? This is what changed. So from Dayton to Kosovo, this is the major leap that the international community sees. It sees its weakness in the faces of tens of thousands of refugees, Kosovar refugees, who are being systematically ethnically cleansed in Kosovo, right? Kosovo has a population of 1.7 million. About 1 million people are chased out of Kosovo in 1999. So this is, there's a lot of education, there's a lot of awareness that happens in capitals about who is the perpetrator and whether you can actually make deals with people like Milosevic. Fast forward at the height of the NATO campaign, the intervention, the military intervention. And the military intervention, it's not like the West was really willing to go to war over Kosovo, right? Lots of people in this country, which led the NATO bombing, could not locate Kosovo in the map in 1999. Journalists too, right? So, but what happened was this I want to say these years of futile diplomacy, these international peace conferences that were not leading anywhere. Again, peace conference by day, ethnic cleansing by night. That this was the pattern that we saw from Croatia to Bosnia and then to Kosovo. Eventually, the West sort of intervened militarily, but at the height of the NATO campaign in May, Louise Arbour, the chief prosecutor for the ICTY, came out and indicted Milosevic. It wasn't like she wasn't facing any pushback on this decision, because again, Milosevic was a signatory to peace treaties. It was a signatory to the Dayton peace agreement that ended the war in Bosnia. So she came out and said, we have not enough evidence, enough awareness by journalists who have provided this context, by human rights researchers who were on the ground working with local journalists. So we did our best to raise awareness about what was going on. We acted as fixers, translators, tried to create an environment where people could come and become aware of what was going on, document everything. But we did not have the power to enter the living rooms in the West. We did not have the power to, the power of the Human Rights Watch, to Fred Abrahams, who went village to village, the researcher, the human rights researcher, went village to village with that foresight, with that knowledge of what had happened in Bosnia. So the people like that, we helped them as local reporters, equipped also with technology. By that time, all of us were watching Euronews, CNN, BBC. We were, especially in the cities, we obviously were living under propaganda, but we had satellite dishes that were turned to the West. We wanted the West to hear us, and we wanted to communicate with the West about what was happening. Because it wasn't just the people of Kosovo. The West's reputation was at stake in Yugoslavia. In former Yugoslavia, in Bosnia and in Kosovo. What was the worthiness of West existing, of the United Nations, of the Security Council, if it wasn't out there to protect? It had a responsibility to protect. There was a doctrine, responsibility to protect, that came to life in Kosovo. So she indicted Milosevic and the whole sort of apparatus, the whole leadership of the Serbian and the Yugoslav army and the special forces that were committing atrocities in Kosovo. And it was unclear whether they will ever get them to go to prison or ever get them to stand trial, but it happened. How did it happen? Well, first, we talked a lot about the Western unity. There was Western unity, and it stands today as a rare exception to what we've seen, but ICTY is that moment of hope that actually when there is a will, there is a way. It got the whole, Milosevic was not only not touchable now, he was no longer untouchable. He was actually indicted because he was the head of the state. There was no red lines, and it sort of provided this optimism, this moment of optimism in the post-Cold War world order that, there was no more impunity, there will be no more impunity. So for the Kosovars sitting on the other side of, obviously, of all these developments, it felt also, it was a happy moment to see perpetrators of these crimes be brought to the international justice. Witnesses, I've talked to many of them, to people who were disfigured because they were, buried in a pile of bodies that the Serb forces lit up in their, lit on fire and as a way to conceal their crimes, or mothers of children that were put in a freezer and thrown in a lake in Serbia and that reemerged. You probably all remember this. They talked to them, they were willing. Obviously, this is a very highly traumatizing thing to go and stand in front of Milosevic and testify against him and his people. So, but they did it because they thought that they were serving a higher purpose. They also thought that they had survived so that they could tell, so that they could do justice to this international justice to the international system and the international, so that it doesn't, these crimes no longer repeat themselves. So there was an element of deterrence in all of this that I bet the survivors believed in. Why did it happen? Well, it happened because in part the West, the architect of this intervention, of judicial intervention, saw the court as a continuation of that international intervention. So they had intervened militarily as an impartial actor to stop the war, right? They were brought from outside. And now they were also continuing, in a place where tensions were high, passions were high. It's very difficult to also be impartial when you're a prosecutor, when you're investigating war crimes. So the idea was that the ICTY will take the justice out of these passions that were still reeling, right, in the Balkans, and will offer an impartial, objective view of history. ICTY very much was a victim-centered forum. It allowed survivors to come and face Milosevic and tell their side of the story, which was very empowering to watch. The problem was that over time, these trials, which were televised, not necessarily translated into anything at home. They felt the proceedings were long. Eventually, they felt so distant because the victims were not sitting across from the perpetrators. They were sitting across from people who had command responsibility, people who had ordered the crimes, but not people who had executed them. And this was, it felt like a foreign judgment, but not like a truth that took root locally. And we discovered this over time, that the victims also felt like, yes, they did that. They served that purpose to create, to participate in bringing in to justice, to international justice, and to sort of enforce these norms. But what it didn't do is to satisfy this, I want to say this very sort of personal sense of justice. They didn't see their perpetrators stand court. They didn't see them convicted. They didn't see them indicted. Oftentimes, in the cases of women that were survivors of sexual violence, they didn't even know their names. They couldn't see their faces because many times the perpetrators that held them in rape camps may have been masked, may have been wearing masks. They were not maybe local to where the crimes happened. So I don't want to, take a lot of time, but what we see, what over time, what I saw in Kosovo, reporting from it and living through it, is that there's a build-up pressure of people thinking of other forms of justice. Other forms of justice, what does justice mean? We grapple with this question. I think both Velma and I are very much a product of the circumstances. We do this work because we were so affected by it, because we were witnesses. It could have been one of us, what we saw we could have been one of the survivors. So we continue to do this work, and also the technology has also, improved in the sense that we can now map, we can now make a case that sexual violence is not opportunistic, but it was a tool in the toolbox of, the military, the Serbian the Yugoslav military and the Serbian paramilitary forces. We can make these, sort of post fact, we can make all these things known. The truth of ICTY, and it's probably its biggest contribution right now, is that it exists as a factual collection of testimonies of the truths. And this matters, and someone mentioned it before, the post-truth world in which we live in. Today we have a sitting president in Serbia who denies us the genocide in Srebrenica. We have a Serbia that is emboldened by Russia and contests every massacre that led to the international intervention, the NATO intervention in Kosovo, that uses Kosovo's narrative and the West's intervention in Kosovo to justify its invasion of Ukraine. So these types of, the international ICTY stands, as I said, as a success in this trajectory of international justice, perhaps an exception, but also as a reminder that if there is a will, there will be a way.
I just want to, can I just say one thing at the end? Absolutely incredible, both of you, and really moving. Two women who lived through the wars and have gone on to turn their lives into vehicles for justice. So really inspiring and powerful. Now going to shift to people. Peter, a government official in that time. So we often, and even you and I in private conversations, like you guys did nothing. I'd like to hear it from the perspective of being an American diplomat, and Kip, who worked for the ICTY. So, I mean, it's often the ICTY often gets this bad rep that nothing ever happened. But in fact, Milosevic, Mladic, Karadzic, Biljana, these were the big fish. And you're right, Tina, that it wasn't locally. So it was the people that executed it or the people that commanded it, but not the people that actually did it on the ground. So Peter, you want to talk from the government perspective, and then Kip from ICTY. Thanks.
Thank you, Janine. Thank you for this invitation and opportunity to be here with colleagues who went through this, as did I. I realized that I was the one government official, I was going to say the one senior, but I think it was the one period who went through the entire period. And of course, you journalists and human rights activists feel that we're heartless people who are doing nothing, but there's a struggle inside the government to do more and to do something. I want to salute what journalists did. In fact, it was reporting by Roy Gutman on Priodor and people in cattle cars and reminiscent of World War II that led me then on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, but with the experience of having documented the Kurdish genocide, to go to Croatia. I'd already been there previously and document in the summer of 1992. And our report, the ethnic cleansing of Bosnia and Herzegovina, was the first use of that term. And what was interesting about this, and it was true of my previous experience with the Iraqi Kurdish situation, is what we went to look for, which was people who had survived the prison camps. We found something else, namely the systematic ethnic cleansing. We didn't find very many people who had actually been in the prison camps for a variety of reasons, but everybody in the refugee camps in Croatia had experienced the ethnic cleansing. But I also give credit to Roy Gutman. I read his story, and then the stories are out there, but is something actually going to happen to it? And of course, I want to second everything that was said about journalists, you and others who put the Bosnia War into everybody's living room. And for those of us who wanted action, we cheered it. I mean, it wasn't possible to ignore. And that made a huge difference. On the war crimes trials, I was actually one of the people who pushed very hard for both when I was on the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and as the first ambassador to Croatia for the creation first of what led to the Bassioni Commission and then to the War Crimes Tribunal. And I have to say it was the pleasure to testify in 4 trials. It turns out if you're a young diplomat, as I was relatively young at the time, and you deal with all these awful people. I mean, I'm sorry, but I did have to deal with Milosevic, and who was certainly not the least amiable. He's kind of amiable guy, but blood there. But you deal with them. What happens? Well, by the time you get around to describing your experience, and if you will, settling scores, it's in your memoirs, and nobody reads them. And if you're young, then the people you're describing are also long dead. I got to tell the story and to put these guys in prison, some of them for life. And ICTY, there were 161 people indicted. Not one of them is at large. They all either ended up in The Hague or died before they ended up in The Hague. That's an incredibly impressive record. And I'll say also the Dayton peace agreements, they required cooperation with ICTY, so it wasn't left out of the agreements. I was a bit part of that, but people overlooked. But on November 12th, you had the Croatia peace agreement, which provided for the peaceful reintegration of Eastern Slavonia, which I was the principal negotiator. And I'll say about that was the one place in the former Yugoslavia where territory changed hands and the people losing control, the ethnic group losing control, in this case, the Serbs, actually stayed. I want to come back, though, to Iraq and Iraq then and Syria today, because what happened with the the genocide, Saddam's genocide against the Kurds began 86, 87. It was known as the Anfal campaign. And it began with the systematic destruction of villages in Kurdistan the rounding up of Kurds, deporting them to the south, killing them, and the use of chemical weapons. And there were no journalists covering this. I, for peculiar reasons, and won't, it would take two. Right, couldn't get in, and there were not, there was no internet, there was no cell phones, there were no video cameras. And I stumbled across this because I, for peculiar reasons, gotten permission to go to northern Iraq. And I'd come across the systematic destruction of villages. And that meant the next year, well, Halabja was well known, but what is still not really understood was that the Reagan administration sought to obscure the gassing of Halabja. This was a city, small city near the Iranian border, by suggesting that maybe the Iranians had done it. But then there were a second set of attacks into Hawk Governorate, which borders Turkey and Syria. This took place 5 days after the Iran-Iraq war ended. So both by geography and by location, and by timing, it could only have been Saddam. And I, again, I realized it was genocide, so I went back to I was at home in Vermont. I went back to the Senate. I went to Senator Pell, whose father had been part of the commission, the War Crimes Commission, trying to figure out what to do with the Nazis. And so he was very engaged on the issue. And he said, what we should do? I said, at least we can introduce sanctions legislation. We can call attention to it. So I drafted up in about an hour the Prevention of Genocide Act. Pell got Jesse Helms, an extreme right-wing senator, to co-sponsor. We got a number of others, and then managed to get through the Senate in one day. That doesn't happen anymore. Ultimately, the Reagan administration opposed it. They agreed that Saddam had used chemical weapons, but they thought even cutting off US aid to Iraq was too extreme in a measure. And so it sort of galled me that in 2003, the very people who opposed cutting off aid to Iraq in '88, or the other sanctions, we were going to cut off oil sales, we were going to cut off technology transfers, said we have to go to war because Saddam had gassed his own people 15 years earlier. Now, this was Colin Powell and Cheney, among others. There are a couple of points I would say. First, doing something actually matters. The Prevention of Genocide Act did not pass. It passed the Senate, but it didn't become law for Reagan administration opposition. But when it passed the Senate, it produced the largest anti-American demonstration in Baghdad since the 1967 Arab-Israeli War. And Saddam never again used chemical weapons. And to some degree, the oppression of the Kurds significantly diminished. So, these kinds of things can matter. And then there was the notion of the pragmatic. The Reagan administration had the belief that Saddam Hussein could be another Anwar Sadat, meaning a guy who switched from the Soviet orbit to the American orbit. And, hard for you young people to know, but the Cold War was still on. It wasn't obvious the Soviet Union was going to go away, which it kind of did the next year or two. So that was their idea. And plus, there were a lot of business opportunities in Iraq. But it turned out that the pragmatic wasn't very pragmatic at all, because the kind of guy who would gas his own people, use gas, break international law, gassing the Iranians, launch the Iran-Iraq war, is not actually a very reliable partner. And this might be true about Mohammed bin Salman as well. In any event, I'm being a little disorganized here, but I want to come to the current issue. Because what you were saying about the rape camps and the notion that ordinary people who are committing these crimes are not facing trials. So when you go to pay your taxes, there's your rapist. This resonates. I came yesterday, I was with one of the girls, and I call them girls because whose children I had gotten. This girl was kidnapped at age 12 in 2014
By the Islamic State.
By the Islamic State, and was, she had a number of men who she was enslaved to. She was sold sold a number of times. This is about this tall. She has 2 children, and they were taken away from her when she identified herself as Yazidi. And incidentally, that's another thing that happens. Some of the worst oppression comes from the people who are oppressed. And so the Yazidi community, and I have great affection for them, but you can't be a Yazidi unless you have 2 Yazidi parents. These young women, obviously through no action of their own, were kidnapped, held as sex slaves. They had children. And when ISIS fell in 2019, the Yazidi House, religious leaders, went in, found these young women, took them out, sent them back to Iraq, and took away their children. And nobody would help because the UN wanted to work with the Yazidis. The Save the Children wanted to work with the Yazidis. Everybody knew they'd be UNICEF. They would be blackballed by the Yazidis if they got these children. But that raises then the question of what to do about the perpetrators. Who are the perpetrators? Well, the main figures in the Islamic State are dead. Abu Bakr Baghdadi and so on. Well, one of them's the president of Syria, Ahmed Shara, but okay, he reformed. Well, but he was part of the Islamic State. He was part of an organization that engaged in genocide against the Yazidis and other people. And there are a lot of killers there. And so there is a question of how we should relate to. Yes, the briefly Minister of Justice relate to Shara. But basically, the main perpetrators are gone. So what do we do about the people who again had slaves, the people who participated in the attacks on Kurdish cities, who engaged in massacres, who participated in the attack on Sinjar, therefore were participants in genocide? Well, and I'm going to set aside the Iraqi and Syrian ones. I'm talking about the thousands of foreign men, meaning not Iraqi, not Syrian, who are in several places. The men, by and large, are in prisons in northeast Syria, and the women and children are in prison camps, the largest of which is Al-Hol and Rosh. And it's been the position of the human rights community that countries should repatriate their citizens, which many countries refuse to do because they consider these people to be dangerous. But I want to ask, is that really the right solution? Don't these Yazidi girls have the right to confront their accusers? And they aren't going to do it in Sweden or Canada or Britain because the perpetrators are there. And why is it if you happen to be British, you get a better system of justice than if you're Syrian or Iraqi? These people, every single one of them, chose to go to Syria to join a murderous terrorist organization. And I'll make one final point. My father's
Giving the closing arguments today.
Yeah.
We need you to keep some material.
That's okay. The one thing I've learned is that in politics is that repetition is always a good thing. There is also the question of what to do with the women and children. And again, here's a situation where the human rights position and the practical solution can be exactly opposite of each other. So obviously the children of ISIS fighters with women who joined ISIS, basically the foreign children, they are now in Al-Hol camp. The position of the human rights community and many governments, the United Nations, is that the mothers and children should be repatriated. But the reality is that every country that is going to repatriate its citizens has done so already. There may be a few more. And so what do you do about the children? They are growing up in prison camps with appalling sanitation. I've spent a lot of time in them. No real education, minimal health care. In many cases, their mothers are radical and still believers in the ideology of the Islamic State. And in other cases, the camps are dominated. So shouldn't we actually take the children out of the camps We wouldn't keep kids in an American maximum security prison, but that's considered a human rights violation. And so, and to some degree it is, but what is the greater violation? Because if these children remain, the boys, when they reach puberty, they go to rehabilitation center for 4 years and then to adult prison because the Kurds don't have any place else to put them. And the women grow up in this environment, girls grow up in this environment. So I will conclude.
Okay, but Peter, I think you're the only former heartless government official who's now become a human rights defender. So you're the only politician I know that lacks cynicism and actually is an activist. Now we're going to go to the criminal lawyer and taking up all the points you've heard, your experience at the ICTY, your vast experience in Syria, and what you see now. Kip Hale.
Thank you, Janine. First of all, thanks so much for the organizers. Although I think my grandmother is rolling over her grave, I come from a Harvard family. And I used to joke with her as I said, a Hale could go to Yale. And she, oh, no. But neither Harvard or Yale wanted me, so it doesn't matter. But I just want to take a point of personal privilege to say it's incredible to be on this panel. I just wanted to specifically say it's very, for me, honored to be on the panel with you, Peter. There's very few, I think, a younger generation than me. I was born in the late 70s, but I grew up in international criminal justice was becoming a thing. And there was a handful of people who really made a huge impact in making this field happen, and Peter was one of them. So I encourage younger generation to look into the exploits of Peter and others. I wanted to take, this is lessons learned. I could go on and on and on and on, Reed and Nick and others in this audience and go on and on about many lessons learned over the past 30 odd years of international criminal justice, but I wanted to focus on one particular issue. And I wanted to dovetail off of something Nathaniel said in the first one, that he was talking about technology isn't going to create political will. I totally agree with him. However, what's happening is that the international criminal justice institutions are too easily manipulated by politics. They're too easily to push around. And the big reason I believe in this is that they don't focus on the practice of law. In that regard, let me first just take a brief also aside to say some of the most impressive advocates, lawyers, investigators, practitioners of all kinds I've ever met as an international criminal justice. So I want to be very clear that there's incredible people doing yeoman's work and God's work in this. However, I also wanted to say that when I was able to peek behind the curtain of these institutions, you would think these places are the creme de la creme of lawyers, and they're not. And so in that regard, I think that one of my theses I've been thinking about a lot lately is that there needs to be more focus and investment at the ICC and other institutions like this on the practice of law and doing this well. When I meant that they can be pushed around is because they're not doing a good job investigating and prosecuting these crimes for a myriad of reasons that I'll get into in a second. So in that regard, I think the ICC and other institutions need to stop trying to be political actors and judicial actors at the same time. They need to first focus on being a judicial actor and being really for the promise of the international criminal justice movement to really pierce through this persistent geopolitics and things of this nature. It has to become effective, efficient, and compelling and scary. Because what's happening oftentimes is that because they're not doing a good job like that, politics is allowed to diminish what their work is. They're allowed to certain narratives are to sort of get hold that this stuff is too long, it's too expensive, and it's because the work itself is not as top notch as it should be. Now let me be very clear, because this can be, I think my words already can be misconstrued. When I talk about politics, first of all, I'm not talking about partisanship. I'm not talking about sides in a conflict or side. Now, yes, there has been some credible let's say, accusations that international criminal justice institutions have taken sides. But by and large, most of that is not true. Most of that has been, again, narrative creation against these justice actors. So I'm not talking about partisanship. I'm also not really even talking about geopolitics. Although per se, I mean, this of course is intertwined in that. What I'm really talking about is the optics of justice and the narrative building that a lot of these international criminal justice institutions take time into, investments into, and away from investigating and prosecuting these crimes to the highest caliber possible. So let me just discuss a couple issues in this regard. One, some of it is, of course, it's not the international criminal justice institutions themselves that are all to blame, but a big part of it is that they are woefully invested with resources, woefully. Something that was one stealth fighter would account for over 20 years from all governments and all tribunals and all, if you accumulated all of that money, that would have come out to one stealth fighter. There was something that the Tokyo Fire Department has a bigger annual budget than the ICC, right? And sorry, I took a little bit of exception of some of the comments in the last panel because there's a lot of hopes and aspirations put onto judicial entities, and they're woefully invested and resourced, and then they're blamed for not being, you know, the world's court in that sense. Just as another example, the MH17 investigation, one downing of a terrible incident, downing of one that had, of all the countries that done it, 900 investigators working on that. There's 400 staff in the whole entire office of the prosecutor, accounting for all of them. So we have a real serious lack of investment in justice. First important. Second, there's something I mentioned in our closed session this morning. The judges, yes, there's, as Nick was mentioning, there's new judges being elected that are very competent. They're doing the job, but that's unfortunately the exception. A lot of them are former diplomats, politicians. And this has an effect on the effectiveness and efficiency of these institutions. Practitioners as well. I'm looking at Nick, and I'm going to pick, he's going to be my patsy for a second, but Nick is actually, let me give you he may disagree with me, but in my experience, Nick is someone, he worked in the New York City District Attorney's Office. He cut his teeth in a domestic jurisdiction, then he went to the ICC. Nick's story is actually quite rare in some sense.
Where is Nick? Can you raise your
Nick,
hand?
well, he's the tallest person in the room by a long shot. So if you can't see Nick, he needs some glasses. So we go in. I don't want to bore you with the recruitment practices and the retention practices of these institutions, but they're allowed for a lot of dead wood to sit around these institutions for years, collecting very nice salaries who just are not very good at their job. Let's say, I'm going to be very delicate when I'm about to say next. I would argue 2 out of the 3 chief of prosecutors of the ICC, I can't go into this too much detail, but let's just say that the reasons why they're elected and the reasons why they're chosen to be in those positions has a lot less to be desired. And then I was so glad you brought up Louisa Bohr. But when you see Louisa Bohr was an incredible practitioner back in Canada. She knew, and she focused, and one of some of the heydays of the IC2I was because she was focused so much on let's just do the best job that we can as legal practitioners, and the politics will follow. And so, yeah, so I'll skip over that. So this is, and the last point I want to make is, and this is also a bit sensitive, but I also believe that the hyper specialization of international criminal justice is a drain on the field. Now, let me be very quick because of what some of my panelists have said. Is sexual and gender-based violence important? Absolutely. Is child's rights issues important in this work? Absolutely. Is open source investigations tools? Yes, all of that's incredibly important. But the field itself is becoming drained by this focus on having the most hyper specialized and not having generalists who know, again, how to do this work in very effective and efficient ways. And let me just give you an example. First, there's, you know, a lot of this hyper focus on these very important issues like ecocide, like gender apartheid, absolutely important issues. But if ecocide and gender apartheid become crimes at the ICC, which there's a lot of investment in this doing, is the ICC going to become a better, more effective, efficient institution? No. It's having a hard time investigating. We talked about no state official that it's having a hard time doing mass murder. And again, I don't want to belie the whole institution. There's people doing incredible work there, incredible cases. But then also, this is actually problematics with the practice or the operation of these institutions. Just as an example, I was the investigation team leader of the Libya fact-finding mission. As an aside, there's the head of the FFM, there's a coordinator, a P5 level for those who know the parlance of UN thing. And then there's a string of P4s, the investigation team leader, the legal officer, the reporting officer. As a total aside, if I gave you the terms of reference of those three positions, I bet you couldn't tell the difference between the three. But this gets to my ultimate point. The fourth one is a gender advisor. Is gender dimensions in international investigations and prosecutions underlooked and needs attention? Absolutely. But because that creation of like this kind of Geneva thinking, we create the gender advisor, that means it's going to work. There's going to be such a, no, what happens actually in reality is that everyone thinks we have the gender advisor and they'll just handle everything on the gender issue. Instead of me, everyone else I work with, learning about gender issues, incorporating that at work. We had to go out and find a child rights investigator. Great investigator, but I want all my investigators to know child rights issues. I want all of them to be good at it. We had to go out and find an OSINT investigator. I want all of them to be good at this, you know? So this is the issue I'm getting at, that is a lessons learned. This is my final point, is that we need to focus on making these institutions do the legal work at the highest level possible, and the politics will follow. Because if you can show a compelling case against a senior leader with evidence, not only of the crime base, but of linkage up, it makes it so much harder for politicians and the geopolitics of the world, the whims, to look away. And so that's what I would, but at least my experience about lessons learned.
Thank you so much, Kip. And I just want to say, Kip has joined the Reckoning Project, and he's going to be heading up our investigations unit. So any donors out there, step forward. But also, we're going to go to questions now. But I just want you all to know that there's going to be a lunch, and you can mingle with all of these extraordinary people. So it's a real chance for you to talk to the practitioners, the people who are on the panel this morning and now, and the people that will be on the, we have an incredible panel this afternoon on Sudan, which I think is so urgent. So let's go to questions. Wow, great. Okay, here, and you need my microphone. You have another one right there. And then in the middle, the gentleman there, and yeah.
Hi, it's working? I'm Patricia Noonan. I'm a journalist. I'm a former foreign correspondent. I met Janine in Baghdad back in the day. And I'm also someone who can remember the 90s as this decade of peacekeeping. And what strikes me is that all these places, like the former Yugoslavia, Rwanda, these places that had these giant tribunals, and the success rate that the ambassador mentioned were also places that had peacekeeping missions. And Cambodia had its own hybrid tribunal. So there's a certain amount of political will already there. With a peacekeeping mission looking largely broken as a model right now, are we not going to see these sort of tribunals coming out of the UN system anymore? And what do you see? I mean, is the ICC going to take up all the slack?
Want to take that, Kip?
Maybe say that one more time. The slack of what? I didn't catch that part.
The slack that, like, the ambassador spoke about ICTY being so successful with its conviction rate. I don't think we've seen that anywhere else. I mean, is that that's so historic? Where's that kind of history going to come from?
I'm first going to do the boring legal thing and say that we're talking about very different characters of institutions. The ICTY had primary jurisdiction. They can do what they wanted in Yugoslavia. The Rome Statute is built on this concept of complementarity. It only gets involved in countries if the domestic jurisdiction is unwilling or unable to do something about it. So it's supposed to be a court of last resort. So it's never going to take up the slack. It's not built for that way. Now, what it can do, and Nick was talking about this earlier, it can start in what it is built to do, and in some ways, is that it's supposed to be catalyst for this, almost like a Damocles sword in some ways. That if a jurisdiction is unable, but they're willing, the ICC can come in and kind of help. They're not a development entity, but they can come in and help them to a certain extent. But if they're able and not having the political will, the ICCs can start taking steps to essentially to go through the process of admissibility to then intervene. But it's always just a kind of, I know this is not an satisfactory answer, but it's never, like for instance in Ukraine, the resources the ICC has received in Ukraine is probably the most it's ever received. And it has a lot of cooperation, probably the only jurisdiction where it's receiving robust cooperation from the national jurisdiction. The ICC is only going to do a handful of cases in Ukraine. Whereas the vast majority, 95% of the case is going to be in Ukraine. And that my previous job, I was working to help the Ukrainian authorities build up their capacity to do that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's never going to be the ICTI, the ICTR. It's going to actually be more along the lines of the Cambodian court where I worked in the prosecution's office that really just did those most responsible. And it's going to be through universal jurisdiction, mostly domestic, willing and able domestic jurisdictions that's going to take up the slack.
And by the way, I will never forget going to the de-Baathification class with you in Baghdad, which was incredible. Yes.
Hi, hello. My name is Hani, recent law school graduate. I wanted to ask, especially because I'm very grateful that all the members of the panel are here and that I may have this opportunity. We've spoken a lot about kind of the successes of the ICTY and its impact on justice. But I'd like to ask a question on its impact on jurisprudence as kind of cases continue to develop and issues continue to emerge. I was wondering where the panelists felt that the ICTY's holdings and jurisprudence and legal rulings and the norms and rules that it created are kind of, in this moment, not living up to the standards of the time. Yeah, I know, for instance, that many were upset with the ICTY for not finding genocide outside of Srebrenica, for instance. That was a problem that many people, many commentators discussed. So thank you.
Take that, if you want Nick to take it, Nick.
Whoever is willing to take it.
Nick, or you want to take it?
Okay, someone else.
There you go. Okay.
Go ahead, Nick.
Or Velma?
Mention just maybe from the perspective of development of local national courts, the ICTY really did have a major role first in reestablishing the practices, and also in the case of Bosnia and the national court being established in 2005. The international prosecutors from the ICTY came and they were trying to kind of like transfer some lessons and knowledge to the local prosecutors. That is really important because there is a national tribunal also in all neighboring countries such as Croatia and in Serbia. So on another hand, we need to take a look at the role of archives and evidences existing. A lot of these archives, they've been transferred to the national courts and they've been used. And on another hand, I will mention briefly also the importance for us working as practitioners and educators, using judiciary legacy and incorporating judiciary legacy into our educational curriculums is really important. So I mean, I can highlight the role of establishing the national courts. Maybe someone else.
Sure, I'll just say quickly. Great question. I would say in short, it's essential jurisprudence. It's jurisprudence we cite in every single international criminal case that we file, whether it's at the ICC or in domestic courts. Both the ICTR and ICTY were like the catalyst for hugely important doctrines of ICL that we see developed through the ICC and domestic court. So in short, it's essential. Yep. Thanks.
Next question?
Going way back.
Way back, yeah. Hey, you're at, it's from, no, okay.
Hello, I'm Frederick, just a lowly undergraduate here at Yale College. This is obviously a little less technical because I don't have a legal background, but you know, you can go online and such, and you see like a lot of talk about like, okay, let's take an example of like Milosevic apologia is like, okay, if you persecute Milosevic and the regime, you're essentially being a tool of Western imperialism or something. And you can kind of see this with like the Ukraine and the war in Russia. Supporting Ukraine makes you a tool of NATO imperialism, et cetera, et cetera. It's more of a personal question, but did you ever like face these kinds of accusations that you were just an instrument of the West? And if so, how you kind of dealt with them, if that makes sense?
Kosovo was really that was really an imperialistic war. So do you want to talk to that?
I mean, it's something that we revisit every day because it's a Russian talking point. You know, it's in the Security Council, it's in the media, it's everywhere. It's one of the narratives of why Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. So we face it all the time. I mean, obviously, as a Kosovo Albanian, I'm shielded from this because I've lived it on my own skin. So I have no illusions of what happened. I mean, I know for a fact, but that is not to say that the next generation, I mean, it shouldn't be taken as a small feat that ICTY established, so to speak, the truth, right? That this collection of witness accounts and also accounts from diplomats and accounts from journalists and human rights advocates, because this will stand. I mean, for the future generations, this will be extremely important to tell fact from fiction. Did you want to?
sorry.
Okay.
I wanted to say something.
Can you add to that?
Yes, I'll add quite simply, which is this kind of argument is an argument for people who wish to cover up murder, rape, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. And it doesn't deserve a nanosecond of serious consideration. It should be seen for what it is.
Peter, do you have- I think there's one important point to bring. That is the system imbalanced? Yes. System is totally imbalanced. Just a simple way to say the tension that Ukraine gets, which is completely and utterly justified, and the lack of attention and accountability in Gaza, you can't escape that imbalance.
In Sudan.
And in Sudan, and the list goes on and on and on. However, just to Peter's point, the reason why there is that is because of politics. It is because these places, A, don't join the ICC, or they do all of their will to protect themselves, insulate themselves, and use these propaganda points to then undermine efforts to hold them account. So that, again, I think that gets mixed up in kind of a lot of, let's say, undergrads thinking like, oh, the system's imbalanced, and then no, it's imbalanced. Two things could be right at the same time. It's imbalanced, but these types of talking points, less than a nanosecond should be given to them.
I just want to add something too about it, just an anecdote. I reported all of the Syrian civil war and I was deeply embedded there. And it always confused me while the Russians went after the white helmets, which was a really interesting turning point. And the people who basically turned on the white helmets were the same people who were great on Gaza. So, I mean, they were great on Gaza. They were defenders of civilians, protectors of civilians. But then when it came to Syria, they were Assadists, basically. And it went down to that kind of basic anti-American, anti-imperialism. And I didn't realize they're called tankies. There is an expression, tankies, and it comes from Hungary, 56, when the tanks rolled in, and there were still the defenders of Stalin, and so they're known as tankies. But it's the same thing now in Ukraine. I mean, I find that Ukrainian government officials and people I know will defend Israel rather than the Gazans. I mean, they see themselves as the Israelis, and I say to them, no, don't you understand? You were invaded, the civilian casualties, and they still see it as
and Israelis being the victims.
If I may say, I always whenever Kosovo is mentioned as an example of the Western imperialism, I go like, okay, a country of 1.5 million people with no natural resources.
Yeah. Lots of hands now. Okay, here.
Hi, Sharon Chikijan, professor of emergency medicine. I just have some questions. I'm Armenian by background, as are several people in the audience, and notably absent, although I know Dr. Simon has done a lot of work recently on genocide that has continued in Nagorno-Karabakh. We really draw a lot of comparisons to Kosovo in terms of a small population, ethnic cleansing, maybe based on religion. I have a lot of questions about, why there's intervention in one country, not another. But my question to the panel and to the former panelists today would be, how can we automate things so that we don't relitigate each time? For instance, we have mechanisms such as sanctions that cut off financial capability to carry out genocide. Why aren't these things automated in any way so that we don't have to introduce legislation like Ambassador Galbraith did, et cetera? Thank you.
Peter, do you want to take that or Kip?
We've been deprived of mics. Oh, no, get that.
All right, can you hear me? Yeah, the first point is each case is different. And I'm very cautious in general about lessons from one case to another. I mean, it can take you in the wrong place. And second, because you can't deal with every crime doesn't mean you should deal with no crimes. To come, having been in both Armenia and Azerbaijan, but not really dealing with the issue, there are also complications with the Armenia-Azerbaijan case because there was Armenian ethnic cleansing of the areas that they seized around Nagorno-Karabakh, and nobody really spoke out about it. What complicates things in Gaza, frankly, is October 7th. I mean, those were also huge crimes, and at least to me, the most useful thing to do in these situations is to talk about all the crimes. I like the idea that there was the indictments of the Israelis, but also of the Hamas leaders, because they indisputably committed atrocious, appalling crimes.
But then there was October 8th. And
Yeah, no, one does not justify the other. I mean, you have to deal with each of these independently, and also let's understand what proportionality is. It is not about Israel's right to respond. Arguably, no, I would say it did have a right to respond, but that does not mean that you can target a hospital because there's a tunnel underneath it. You can't blow up an apartment building because there might be a sniper there.
Or kill journalists, or kill.
Or all of this, so yeah, justice. I mean, justice, in my view, needs to be done independently. Now, the thing about Kosovo is there was very little provocation.
Another question before we go to lunch? I think people are hungry. Okay, lunch, and where Olivia wants to make an announcement just for some logistics and about this afternoon.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're holding a lunch in HQ 134, so right down the hall. Please come. And then we will start up again here at 2 p.m. So please come back here at 2 p.m. and we will have a full day of another panel on Sudan as well as a keynote address. Thank you and see you all soon.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Hi, everyone. let's get started because we've got a really fantastic afternoon. Olivia, the Colonel Bovlevov's, anyway. His nameplate just went down there. So I'd like to introduce in Kharkiv, Colonel Serhiy Bovinov. He is the chief of the Kharkiv War Crime Investigations Unit. He's an extraordinary man. He has a PhD in law. Kharkiv, if any of you do not know, is only 30 miles from the Russian border. It is getting pummeled by the Russians. He and his team are usually, I think you're underground right now, right? Usually they're underground working tirelessly. One of their projects is the mass graves at Izium. And they work using the most incredible mobile DNA units. So under the most extreme conditions, these really heroic war crime investigators keep going. So let's welcome him and hear what he has to say.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. As you already know, my name is Serhiy Bovinov. I'm the head of the investigation department of the National Police in the Kharkiv region. I hold the rank of police colonel. And one more thank you for your attention to Ukraine and to our work on investigation war crimes. Before I begin, let me tell you a few facts about myself and about Kharkiv. My whole life was tied to Kharkiv, the city that raised me, educated me, gave me a career, and now has become my front line. Kharkiv, as a regional center, had a population of about 1.4 million, making it the second largest city in Ukraine after Kyiv. Its proximity to the Russian border, just 28 kilometers, made it one of the first targets. By the evening of February 24, Russian troops had already reached the outskirts of Kharkiv and occupied a huge part of our region. In 2022, 40% of our region was under occupation for more than 6 months. On February 27, a Russian sabotage group attempted to infiltrate the city, but they met fierce resistance. Most of them were either eliminated or captured. Before the war, I was doing a regular police work, managing a team of over 1,000 investigators and criminalists. But after February 24, everything changed. The Kharkiv police didn't stop working even for a second. Our mission as investigators was to document every war crime in the region, every attack, every victim, and every story. We are the first in the world to investigate war crimes not after, but during an ongoing war. Since the war began, we've conducted over 41,500 investigations at crime scenes. We've registered 24,400 war crimes only in the Kharkiv region. We have identified 31 locations where Russian forces detained and tortured civilians. As you already know, the Ukrainian army liberated the Kharkiv region in a very short time. Thanks to this, we were able to document many Russian crimes committed under occupation. How we did it? We gathered many documents left behind the Russian soldiers and occupation authorities. We started working at the crime scene right away, even while the shelling was still going on. We use both traditional and modern methods to collect evidence: DNA testing, scene tools, satellite images, and videos from the social media and drones used by both police and the military. We built a unique database containing all the information we found. I want to tell you about 3 cases that shows that our team has faced. Case number 1, investigation of the mass graves in Izium. One of the most haunting moments was discovering mass graves in Izium. In September 2022, within just 8 days, we exhumed 448 bodies of people who had died during the occupation. We had never encountered such horrors before. Bodies were buried directly in the ground without coffins. Some showed signs of torture, many had explosive injuries, and some were so badly damaged that identification was only possible through DNA. That's why we extracted DNA from every single body and piece of the body, using the ND6C mobile DNA lab for rapid identification. This work would not have been possible without our international partners, and the Howard G. Buffett Foundation has been one of our strongest allies. To this day, 19 people from the exhumed mass grave remain unidentified, and our investigation continues. It left scars on all of us, but it also strengthened our resolve to uncover the truth. And this is just one of thousands of cases we are investigating. In this case, to find and catch the war criminals, we actively used DNA identification method. We divided Izum, a city of thousands of people before this war, into 295 sectors. And our team visited every house and every apartment and spoke with everyone who stayed during the occupation. More than 200 police officers conducted over 13,000 witness interviews. And we digitalized all our evidence and case material and built a strong, reliable system of proof. Case number 2. In the spring of 2022, Russian soldiers in the village near Izum committed terrible crimes against civilians. They searched homes, arrested innocent people, tortured them, and killed them. One of the victims was a Ukrainian children's writer, Volodymyr Vakulenko. They took him from his house in front of his family just because he spoke Ukrainian and stood for his country. In the basement, they beat and tortured him. They broke his fingers. Then they took him away and shot him. His last word was "Glory to Ukraine." Months later, we found his body in grave number 319 among the exhumed mass graves. At first, we didn't know who he was. We were only able to identify him through DNA testing. After a long and detailed investigation, forensic work, witness interviews, and analytics, we identified the 4 men responsible, and all of them were soldiers from the Russian army. They have been charged in absentia, and the case has been sent to court. We continue to collect evidence against Colonel Melnikov for command responsibility, and he authorized these soldiers to act. Case number 3, shooting on civilians in a car. On June 23, 2022, Russian soldiers opened fire on a civilian car in the Izum district, even though it was clear not a military target. It was just a small civilian car, Mazda 3, impossible to mistake for anything else. The driver was badly wounded in the head, back, and legs, and lost consciousness. For the first time, a war crime was filmed live by a Ukrainian drone. It looked like something out of an action movie, but it was tragically real. We use this video as a key evidence in our investigation. The footage shows the Russian shooting at the car, then throwing the man's body into a pit and leaving him to die. Ukrainian soldiers watching the video saw that the woman was still alive. They attached a note to the drone that said, "Follow me." She followed it and escaped to safety. The driver, despite his terrible injuries, also survived and reached Ukrainian line on his own. Through intercepted calls, we found a recording of a Russian soldier telling his wife about this attack. Voice analysis confirmed his identity, another solid piece of evidence. We identified Senior Lieutenant Kirzhaev as the officer who gave the order and took part of the shooting. He was found guilty in absentia and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Our database, SORC, how it started. In February 2022, Russian forces shelled Kharkiv with cluster munitions. This year, after thorough investigation, we identified the Russian generals and colonels responsible and officially charged them. One of the key pieces of evidence, we used the satellite imagery, which confirms the location and timing of the attacks. On March 2nd, 2 Iskander missiles struck the regional police department, killing and injuring our officers. In September, cluster munition hit and set fire to my investigative department. We work in a basement under constant shelling in a city where Russian troops stood on the ring road. Our job was enormous, driven by both the instinct to survive and the anger to fight back with truth and justice. It's under these conditions that we created SRIC, the System of Offense Registration and Criminal Investigations. It's not just a database, it's a system of evidence. Just before the occupation, we spent more than 2 months collecting every document left behind by Russian forces, day and night. Every piece of paper, every handwritten notes was examined with extreme care because only such attention to detail gives us confidence that our evidence is solid. Every video, every photo, satellite image, social media post, and 3D models of shelling sites is digitalized and preserved. This subsystem called evidences. Thanks to this work, we have identified 11,500 Russian soldiers in our region. For each of them, we create a personal profile using OSINT methods. This is our subsystem called War Criminals. And each document in the system is linked to its Shaji protocol, following the Berkeley protocol, ensuring traceability and verification to the original source. Finally, all our criminal cases are now digital, connected through a single cross-referencing system. This subsystem we called criminal proceeding. So it's like a digital investigator's board with logical connection, verified evidence, and profile suspected war criminals. The next stage of SRC is the introduction of an AI-powered investigator assistant based on artificial intelligence and blockchain. It will help investigators analyze data, suggest next steps, and ensure transparency and accuracy, all in line with international standards. Our new AI assistant will work like a professional investigator, but with the speed and analytical power of artificial intelligence. And conclusions. We use every available tools and resource, both traditional and modern. Mobile DNA laboratories, drones to document crime scene and collect video evidence, 3D model created with special equipment and drones, OSINT tools to verify information from open sources, facial recognition system, satellite imagery and digital forensics, including other police and international databases. And our SORC system, now involving with AI and blockchain to ensure transparency, accuracy, and data integrity. The investigation of war crime is not a matter of months. It will take years, even decades. That's why our goal is not only to document crime, but to build a system that keeps this evidence reliable, accessible, and ready for justice, no matter how much time passes. Thousands of investigators and forensic experts in the Kharkiv region and across Ukraine document war crimes every day. The SORG system has become the mechanism that transforms this massive flow of information into a structured, usable evidence base for justice. This is a unique Ukrainian experience, one that can help both our country and the international community document war crimes worldwide. Every day, the system continues to evolve because the war is still ongoing. Thank you for your attention and for standing with Ukraine.
Sergey, Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
Героям слава.
Thank you. We will move right along with the program, and I made sure to grab the duty, the responsibility of introducing Janine. In part because I knew it's going to be very quick. You all know her, but you may not all know her in all her capacities. I mean, I know her first as a journalist, author of 11 books, right?
9.
I'm sure there's 2 more in there. 9 books about Bosnia, Kosovo, Iraq, Syria, Gaza. Compelling reads each and every. I haven't read all 9, but I'm going to extrapolate from those that I have to say all compelling reads. Many of you know her as an instructor, as a teacher, and she's. I know secondhand from that because I see all of her students raving about her course, and of course, many of you know her as a human rights advocate extraordinaire, which of course through the Reckoning Project, I know her and many of you know her there as well. So let me just, and everything that you know about her, if you've heard from each or any one of these areas, you know what an extraordinarily driven mind she has. And you know, this conference, this event, I think is just one small thing in her career that is just a tremendous credit, tremendously good thing that's happening. And I'm really pleased to be here. I'm not going to say anything more than say thank you for being here, Janine.
And thank you all for coming back after lunch. It's an honor to be here. So I am going to tell a story. In early May 2000, so before many of you were born or even thought about it, I was sent to Sierra Leone, a small West African country emerging from a brutal 14-year civil war. I was sent to investigate atrocities committed against civilians by both rebel and government forces. The fighting had claimed more than 50,000 people. Tens of thousands of them were mutilated, their hands cut off at the wrist or the elbow. They were asked whether they wanted long sleeves or short sleeves by their attackers. It was a terrible warning from rebel forces that they could do anything they wanted without consequence. It was a lesson in impunity. Shortly after I arrived, the Revolutionary United Front, a militia backed by Liberia, closed in on the capital, Freetown. They took hundreds of UN peacekeepers hostage and went on a rampage of burning, killing, and torture. By early May, the city was poised to fall. On one day, I went to a rally outside the house of the RUF leader, Fode Sanko, and it was a pro-peace rally full of civilians and people marching to end the war. But suddenly, the RUF opened fire on the crowd. 19 civilians were killed, and I dove into an alley and watched as rogue fighters executed people, the same people who minutes before had been chanting alongside me for peace. Sanko fled. Later, he was captured. But in the chaos that followed, I walked to Sanko's abandoned house with a courageous local man, hi, Bunny, a school teacher named Patrick, who had sheltered beside me in the crowd when the soldiers shot down at us. We slipped inside and found the house deserted, aside from a few people that were picking through things, looting. But Patrick and I gathered dozens of documents, the RUF Code of Conduct, letters, financial records, notebooks, and they were all written in this childish handwriting in those blue kind of exam books, which usually are around here somewhere. But what they were was it was documentation of the blood diamonds that were funding the war. Each entry recorded the weight, the provenance, where they were found, and where they were going to. And that included names of UN officials, diamond dealers in London, Antwerp, Israel, and New York. The next day, I did something suicidal and really stupid. The Minister of Justice held a press conference for the local journalists. There weren't many international journalists there. Sierra Leone was kind of off the radar. I went up to him and I said, I have the documents you said went missing, and I will give them back to you if you let me speak to Fode Sanko, who was then held in custody. He just looked at me and said, are you out of your mind? Do you know where you are? And I walked away from him, went back to the floor where I was sleeping, and later got several death threats. So by that point, I wisely gave them to David Richards, who was the head of the British forces operating there, trying to secure the airport. Those documents later became part of the evidence used at the Special Court for Sierra Leone, which I think you worked at, or someone here, Kip, someone worked there. But that moment changed me forever. It was an epiphany, an early lesson in how we track war criminals. By that time, I had already witnessed a lot of war crimes. It was the desperate siege of Sarajevo, Kosovo, the genocide at Srebrenica, the slaughter of nearly 1 million people in Rwanda, many of them hacked to death with machetes. I had already been accidentally bombed by NATO in Kosovo. I counted bodies pulled from a well in East Timor after the 1999 referendum went wrong. I was one of the only people to witness the fall of Grozny in Chechnya and the terror that ensued. I lived through that, and then the first and the second and many other conflicts in Palestine, Intifada. But in those years, the methods we used to collect testimonies and gather evidence were really primitive. We recorded evidence in our notebooks, and if we had a cassette recorder, most of the time I didn't use one because witnesses didn't like to be recorded. We relied on instinct, courage, and frankly, good luck. After 9/11, the so-called war on terror created a whole new landscape of war crimes for us. Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, and beyond. Then came the Arab Spring and the horrors of Syria, where I spent about 8 years recording mainly torture. But by 2022, just days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, along with Peter Pomerantsev, who came to speak here last month, he's a British academic who's also an expert in Kremlin disinformation, we founded the Reckoning Project, along with Natalia Gumenyuk, a renowned Ukrainian journalist. Initially, we trained Ukrainian journalists, lawyers, social workers to become war crime investigators in the field, to collect testimonies that would stand up in court. The level of criminality spinning out through Ukraine was so enormous that the Office of the Prosecutor General needed help, and he relied on civil society. Now, what we said earlier in the panel this morning was that this was one of the first times in my long career that civil society actually worked with governments. It was extraordinary. Our early work at the Reckoning Project focused on the kidnapped Ukrainian kids taken to Russia, indoctrinated, stripped of identity. But we also documented torture, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, and environmental destruction at Zaporizhia and Chernobyl, with help from Jim Silk at Yale Law, who is somewhere here. Today, I'm so proud of my team. Many of them are here. Can you raise your hands if you're from the Reckoning Project? Look around the room. These are our heroes. Actually, stand up. Please stand. Jihan Henry, head of Sudan. Olivia Marshgreaves, director of outreach. Miriam Mulhern, our chief finance officer, who managed to triple our budget in a time when most NGOs were going under. Maximus Milton, former Yale and director of Ukraine, and Wendy Betts, our chief legal counsel. Kip Hale somewhere around here too. 4 years on, our team has trained dozens of investigators, archived more than 600 testimonies. We work with the Office of the Prosecutor General and with the International Criminal Court. Last year, you heard a lot about universal jurisdiction this morning. We filed our first case in Argentina, bringing a Ukrainian survivor to Buenos Aires to testify on torture before an Argentine court. We've submitted dozens of reports, thanks to Wendy, who's in the back there, to UN treaty bodies and helped independent media in authoritarian countries tell the truth about these crimes. I'm not going to lie, we're living through a dark era, one of rampant impunity. In Gaza, more than 70,000 people have been killed, most of them women and children. Starvation is being used as a weapon of war. Journalists, doctors, rescue workers have been deliberately targeted, often in their homes. Even after leading genocide scholars, including Israeli and Jewish scholars, declared this a genocide, it continues. Palestinian prisoners, almost always labeled terrorists, not hostages, not prisoners, are tortured and held without charge. Meanwhile, Sudan bleeds, and yet it is barely covered. Not much of Africa is covered. The suffering of Darfur is met almost with a resounding silence, a real double standards in human rights and in journalism. And as a human rights defender and a journalist, I am ashamed. Ukraine still dominates the headlines and the aid because it is a European country, but Africa does not. The International Criminal Court is crippled, politically constrained, paralyzed by US hostility. So what happens? Autocrats act without fear because they can get away with it. They've shown us that they have in the past. The hard-won achievements of 1948, the Geneva Conventions, Nuremberg, universal human rights, are eroding before our eyes. And yet, there is hope. And that hope is in this room right now. A new generation is emerging. Lawyers, data scientists, investigators, archivists, activists, determined to find innovative paths to justice. At Yale, I teach some of you. I'm honored to teach some of you. They are idealists in an age of cynicism. They're choosing human rights instead of hedge funds. I am so proud of them, I cannot tell you. But I tell them, even when the rule of law is being dismantled in front of our eyes in America, you still have to believe in the long arc of justice. Civil society has never been more essential or more creative. Despite shrinking budgets, organizations like ours, the Reckoning Project, are filling gaps by the government. And in Ukraine, for the first time in my career, as I said, I worked alongside a government. So what can we do? 3 short points. Broaden the definition of accountability. Justice is no longer confined to The Hague. Universal jurisdiction, of which we heard a lot about this morning, allows us to prosecute crimes anywhere. Open source intelligence, people like Christian, these absolute heroes, are enabling us to name perpetrators, or Serhiy. I mean, absolutely incredible. They're using facial recognition to find Russian criminals, and the same with Israeli snipers and Israeli IDF soldiers committing heinous crimes. We can track movements and we could build sanction lists. Financial accountability can also follow. We can have reparations for forced displacement, stolen property, and ecological destruction. But the focus always has to remain on the victims. We can't take it away from them. We have to restore dignity to those whose lives were shattered. Second point, unite disciplines, law and journalism. At TRP, we are really unusual in doing this. Usually journalists hate lawyers and lawyers hate journalists. We just never came together. Now we have a team of journalists who practically are lawyers, with all due respect to Yale Law and the many lawyers here. They're trained to a very high level. They live their lives with the law. It's so important to them. The two professions collaborate. And the lawyers now understand that journalists can explain to the public why acts like indoctrination or forced deportation are crimes. Jihan and I are she's going to Sudan many times before we go together in January, but my big hope there is to get a major publication in America to print what we see so that we can force it in front of people's eyes. The way Velma Martinez said that we brought the war in Bosnia to people's living rooms, we want to do that for Sudan. We have to do that for Sudan. Naming and shaming can move perpetrators onto sanctions lists. So that's another important point. It's another vital form of justice. So finally, build transnational synergies. Right now, with what we have going on in Washington, we have to have alliances. We also have to study the playbook of tyrants. We have to look back on what Putin did. His war in Ukraine is not new. He did the same thing that I saw back in Grozny in 2000 when it fell to Russian forces. When he bombed hospitals and killed civilians relentlessly, he learned he could get away with it. So then he invaded Georgia. And then he went to Syria in 2015 and turned Aleppo into a parking lot. But to me, it looked exactly like Grozny. And I began to think that these same tactics, attacking hospitals, killing doctors, leveling residential blocks, it's also being used by the IDF in Gaza. So justice is slow and uneven, but it does come. As you heard this morning, Milosevic, Mladic, Karadzic, the architects of genocide in Bosnia, they all went to The Hague. And now, dedicated lawyers, investigators, journalists, people like all of you who are here, they made that possible, and we will continue to do that. Also, on a final thing, we have tools that I could never have imagined in the 1990s when I went off to Bosnia with, what did I go off with? Power bars, some cash, some kind of weird, it wasn't a PC, it was I can't even remember. I mean, we had nothing, Now we have satellite imagery, facial recognition, geolocation, encrypted databases, and a global digital trail that makes every crime traceable. Every crime leaves a footprint. Every perpetrator can be found. The challenge and the calling of our time is to ensure they're brought to justice. Justice is slow, but it's relentless. And as long as there are those of us willing to document, to expose, and to remember, because memory is really important, the work of catching war criminals in the 21st century will never, ever be in vain. Thank you so much.
So we'll transition now to the Sudan as a case study panel. Our panelists come up here for that.
Is it possible to? Oh, okay. That's all I'm happy. I can just dive right in. Yeah.
Say a word? Can I say a word first? Yeah, I just want to, well, you're all getting set. I don't mean to like steal any thunder or anything here, but this conference, I would say this conference has been planned for a long time, but actually it's been about 6 weeks and it really came together impressively. But during this time frame, as if those of you who were here in the morning heard Nathaniel Raymond, mark the importance of last Sunday, October 26th. It's a date that I think in some ways will resonate the same way April 6th or April 7th does, or July 11th. The onset of not the onset of a genocide. The genocide in Sudan predates last Sunday by quite a bit of time, but a point of acceleration and a point at which it no longer became plausible to be doing nothing. We can't turn the ship around in the canal at this particular moment. And maybe that's why it's slightly encouraging to be thinking about justice and catching war criminals that are out there at this time, simply because it should be on our agenda, and I hope it is, to try to figure out what we can do now, but what we do in the future is equally important. So we don't quite close out today, but the last panel of the day is Sudan as a case study, civil society, and the fight against impunity in Africa. And I'll turn it over to Jahan to introduce.
Thanks, I'll do the intros. Is this working well? Yeah? How is this? Can you hear me? Okay, so my name is Jahan Henry. My background is with Human Rights Watch and the UN and other institutions, but for a very long time at Human Rights Watch working on East Africa and Sudan. And I am so pleased to be here and to have Sudan on our agenda and to be able to moderate this panel with two really distinguished, and we're so lucky to have them here with us. On the far end, we have Kuskondi. And I'm going to just say a few words about Kuskondi as an introduction, and then also about Motassim, if that's okay with you. I gave you my own bio just now. So Kuskondi is an independent research fellow at the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, and he may talk a little bit about the research that he's doing. And he is formerly the senior regional advisor for Africa at Freedom House, where he worked for over a decade, and particularly advancing democracy and human rights, but particularly on Sudan. I've known Kuskondi now for a very long time. Also worked a lot with other civil society organizations before that in Kampala and in Darfur. And to my left here, Motassim Ali, working with the Raoul Wallenberg Center. He's the legal advisor at the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights. And they've done some amazing work on the war in Sudan. And before this, Motassim has worked for other legal institutions, is a lawyer, has a Doctor of Juridical Sciences from the American University, and has a long distinguished history as well in legal human rights law. So we're going to be talking together about the situation in Sudan. I wanted to try to make it as conversational as possible. It's a little intimidating speaking to such a packed room, and I'm so pleased that so many people are interested in Sudan. I'm going to spend just a couple of minutes giving, I think, the lay of the land. I know that Darfur has already been a topic this morning with Nathaniel. Being able to speak so eloquently and powerfully about what happened last Sunday in Al-Fashir. I want to take sort of a breather and a step back to give you maybe just a few background points. Obviously, Sudan is in the news right now because of the mass atrocities that are occurring and unfolding in Al-Fashir. Now, I chose a map here. It's not the best map, but it gives you, I think, a good sense of how power has carved up the country. I'm going to step back in history for a couple of years. I'll start with the war itself. So in 2023 in April, the war began in Khartoum between the Sudanese Armed Forces, the SAF, and I'm spelling out these acronyms for you because we're going to inevitably be using them in this conversation. And the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces. Now, the RSF are a paramilitary organization that was created by the SAF over a decade earlier. Actually, I think 2013 was when the RSF was created. So it was very much a creature of the SAF. It was back then, Omar al-Bashir was the leader of Sudan. He was a dictator who stayed in office for decades. And he created the RSF in much the way he created other paramilitaries and militia. Basically to help fight counterinsurgency wars, to help do horrific things in the peripheries of Sudan. And in fact, it was that dynamic and that style of fighting that led to the long war in South Sudan and ultimately the separation and independence of South Sudan in 2011. And so now the map of Sudan, as you see it, is a different shape than it was before 2011. And yet it is still racked by similar wars in the peripheries. It had been for many years. In 2019, and my colleagues will speak more about this in a second, but in 2019, al-Bashir was ousted from power by an incredibly impressive uprising of popular protesters who spent months working on basically calling for his ouster, and he was forced out of power. And this led to a period of transition in 2019. And that transitional period was so awkwardly designed, if I may say, because it was first of all on the back of a lot of blood. There were huge crackdowns on those protesters. But then the agreement to create this transitional government involved the head of the RSF, named Hemeti, and the head of the SAF, named Al-Burhan, to share power in a military-run sovereignty council, and then to agree to hand it over to civilians in a period of 18 months. So it was a very awkward system, but it did allow for some opening, and it did allow for some civilian, there's a civilian prime minister, there was a civilian cabinet, and there was a lot of excitement. I was in Khartoum during that period myself. So I'm telling you all of this because this is really important background when speaking about today in Sudan. It's really important to understand these antecedents, what had happened on the back of decades of political repression and wars in the hinterlands and wars in South Sudan, the independence of South Sudan, and war in the two areas. And then finally paving the way for this transition to democracy, this high point that brought so much hope to all of us. And so how did we then get to this war? And again, I'm gonna have my colleagues here speak more to that, but just to lay out the facts, in 2023, the RSF and SAF had failed to see eye to eye. They had together conspired to oust the civilians from power a year earlier, washing away all of that progress that we thought we were going to see. And they started to compete for power, for money. It's a venal war driven by money, greed, and power. And I think it's just as simple as that. And so al-Bashir and Hemeti started to fight in Khartoum. And then I draw your attention to the map where you'll see Khartoum, that black box in the sort of center of the country where the two rivers converge and form the Nile. And then to the left there, you'll see El Fasher. El Fasher is in the region of Darfur, that vast France-sized region in Western Sudan. And El Fasher is also, I used to live there myself, working for the UN years and years ago. It is the capital of Darfur, and it became the site of the war and our attention only recently. What happened first was the war started in Khartoum. It spread and it went to another place in Darfur called El Geneina, which is not on this map, where horrific things happened 2 years ago. The United States government labeled it a genocide in El Geneina, and that was a case of the RSF. Just as today, the RSF then were responsible for massive attacks on civilians, massacres, driving hundreds of thousands of people, in fact, 1 million people now in Chad on that border there to the left of Sudan, you see on the map. So that is where we are now. We're fast forward to today. We have the RSF having already taken El Geneina. Now they have taken El Fasher. El Fasher was the only holdout by the SAF in all of Western Sudan until last week. So now the whole thing is controlled by the RSF, and all of that light color on the map is RSF, and all of the darker orange color there is supposed to be staff, and they have moved their capital from Khartoum to Port Sudan up there on the sea. So I hope that that kind of gives a little bit of a landscape for what we're going to talk about today. I think what I'd like to first throw out a question to my colleagues here. The purpose of this panel was to speak about, not just tell you about the situation in Sudan and listen to, our analysis, but also to look at the role of civil society in particular. Because Sudan, this is another point of context that's very important. Sudan is a place where there's been a lot of international attention, although there isn't a lot of international media today in comparison with other places. There's actually been a huge amount of international intervention over the years. 20 years ago in Darfur, there was a genocide. The US government declared it such in 2005. And there was a UN mission, there was a commission of inquiry, there was a referral to the ICC, and there's been an investigation. Finally, more recently, there was the first ever conviction on the Darfur file of Ali Kushaib, who is not a government actor, but actually a militia leader. And so there's been a lot of international attention and for various reasons, but very little accountability. There have been peacekeeping missions, there have been multiple sanctions regimes in addition to the ICC, what I just mentioned, but still Sudanese survivors have not seen justice for atrocity crimes or for the repression for decades by former and current leaders. So we want to reflect on how we got to this point, how, notwithstanding all of these obstacles, how we can still see our way through. What are the avenues for justice today? What is the role of civil society? How have Sudanese civil societies who are so brave, nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize recently for their work doing mutual aid in Sudan in the war zones, how have they been able to push for justice and continue to put the spotlight on Sudan and to protect people? So I want to first kick this off, and then there'll be plenty of time for questions, but I'm going to ask a few first. I want to kick this off by saying more insight into the current situation. Earlier today, one of the speakers talked about al-Fashir as sort of the final genocide. And I want to put a line under that in question. Is that true? I think there's an argument that, in fact, it's a warning of yet more to come. And I want to see whether or not my colleagues here agree with that. And I'll start with you, Mutassim.
Thank you, Jihan, for this excellent introduction. What we're seeing in al-Fashir today is a repeat atrocities against same groups for Zagawa, Musali, and other non-Arabs by same perpetrators. Once Janjaweed, today the RSF, more powerful with robust international and regional connections. And we know that in al-Fashir, there are about 200,000 people trapped in the city, among them families, friends, people that we know. We lost connections with all of them, all of a sudden. And everything that we know about them is from the perpetrators themselves. The footage, videos that they documented themselves for the world to witness. And they do that because they know that they can get away with it, just as Jenny mentioned. These are the same victims groups that have endured the genocide of the 2 decades ago. And the atrocities that we see today were all predictable. This is, quite frankly, genocide foretold. Not because of the 2 decades ago, but because of 2 years ago. The RSF committed atrocities against the Masalid in West Darfur, in multiple areas, in Al Jenaina, a city in West Darfur, in Ardamata, another city, and a bunch of neighborhoods in West Darfur. And at the time, and this was in November 2023, as Raoul Wallenberg Center, we initiated a call for action, a letter signed by about 100 experts, among them international jurists, civil society groups. And we said there is a serious risk of genocide targeting other non-Arabs like Fur and Zagawa in Central Darfur and North Darfur. And the idea was to say that because of this serious risk of genocide, the international community has the duty to prevent. And so the information was made available to everybody that this is going to happen. And we said that not only because of what happened in Al Janina or 20 years ago, but because the RSF and the perpetrators themselves said so. They said, we are targeting the Masalid, we are targeting the Fur, right? We are targeting the Zagawa. In Al Janina, for example, they left graffiti in people's homes. This is an Arab land, right? And so last April, they attacked Zamzam internally displaced persons camp. This was a camp that was established in 2005 during the early genocide. And the RSF attacked the camp, killed thousands of people, and displaced hundreds of thousands of people from the camp. Now, many of them are in Tawila and an area in North Darfur as well. And the RSF, when they were attacking the civilians, they called them black monkeys, dogs, cats, dehumanizes people, making their killing a blessing, something that they have to do. So basically, they conditioned their fighters to commit such atrocities with the brutality that we saw. Now, the issue is, to your point about whether this is the last phase of genocide in Darfur, and I'm almost certain that it is not, because we know that the RSF's intention is to go after all non-Arab groups in Darfur. Now they took over Al-Fashir, and they will go to other areas controlled by non-Arab groups in North Darfur, and Tawila, which is now a hub for thousands of internally displaced persons, will be the next destination. And I'm saying this, you mark my words, because the RSF field commanders and their fighters, they say this. So how did we really get here? Because of these many years of atrocities and the prevalence of impunity, these atrocities continue to happen time and again. Back in the days, in 2007, the United Nations Security Council, after referring the situation to the ICC, they also mandated the UNAMID, the United Nations African Mission in Darfur, with a mandate to monitor human rights violations and not necessarily peacemaking force, is peacekeeping force. Following the removal of Bashir from power, the transitional government requested that the UNAMID, the peacekeeping force, be replaced by a political mission. They did that while knowing that none of the perpetrators were held accountable. knowing that the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and the RSF were in power dictating the political process in the country. And so, in my view, the international community itself is complicit in what we see today. Despite all the reports by the United Nations, civil society groups, once again, not a single perpetrator was held accountable. And as such, perpetrators commit these atrocities with immunity while making profit of this. One more important point here. One of the reasons why we see this, escalating situation is because of the external actors funding the perpetrators. We know that the RSF is receiving significant financial and military assistance from regional powers. Many countries neighboring Sudan are facilitating the transfer of weapons and military assistance to the rapid support forces. And so, because of the non-stop funding and assistance from external actors, without minimum accountability, without even calling them out, we see these atrocities time and again, and will not stop unless we cut the perpetrators from the funding sources that allow them to continue these atrocities. So I'll leave it there and then I'll pass it over.
Thank you so much, Mutassim. Yeah, that covered so much ground, and hopefully we will unpack more of that through your questions. It covered so much ground. Let us turn for a second to the role of civil society, and maybe even bringing us up into the present. So, maybe you could, Kuskandi, maybe you could reflect a little on how civil society have in this context of seemingly no international action possible, very, very little avenues for justice. And despite all of these the mission and the ICC and the sanctions, and maybe you can reflect a little bit on the role of civil society and bring us up into the present and talk about how maybe their role during, after the war broke out as well. I think that would give us some good context. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Is it working? Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you the Reckoning Project and the Genocide Study Center here for hosting us. This is really timely and very important topic for all day. I think I could just say the Sudan as a context is, very much relevant that the country since the independent, so most of it is errors are in like the time of the independence spent under the military rule. So we have in the past, since the independence 1956, we only have like very short-lived 2 times elected governments, meaning that the nature of the state and politics in the state is being heavily militarized, and the civic voices are very much skewed, but also meaning that justice systems were absolutely non-existent, or at least have no willing or capacity to do justice and accountability. And this is the whole context of a country that have been a very bigly failed country, but now we have 2 bigly failed countries instead of 1, because we created another ones that took all the characteristics of the mother state. And I think here comes, where there comes the mass violence we see in South Sudan for 20 years, including Blue Nile, South Kordofan, easily transform it to Darfur, where identity, the control of wealth and resource become a boiling tool for mass atrocities and mass killing and dehumanization of the civilians. And I think there's also taken into exactly what's happening in Darfur. And I think the factors of genocide in Darfur, one of the key factors to predict genocide is historic factors. And that exists very strongly in Darfur. The same genocide that happens in Al-Fashir now, it happens in 1895 to 1898, mass killing of the villagers that during Mahdi's day. And then repeated again in 1989, when we have elected governors. The first thing our Minister of Defense, Burma Nasser, did is to sign an armed contract between President Sadiq al-Mahdi, President-elect, with Royal Ordnance Company in UK. And those guns came, and yes, mass pillaging in South Sudan, but also more organized genocide in Darfur. And I was young child at that time, and I lost 71 of my family members and my village in the same day in Zalinji. And then come back again in 2003. I was in Khartoum University, and we wake up, and one of my roommates get a phone call from Niala, from his uncle. It's like, you are the only one left in this family. All of your family, just Antinov came and drops master gas, which is brought from the Iraq, Saddam Hussein things, which is Antinov and barrel with knives and everything. And then nothing, no donkeys, no cows, no chicken, no goat, no your uncle, no grandmother, no nothing. And that is where we start the movement of doing a documentation and to actually just convince classmates that this is happening inside Sudan. No, we were only watching TV on Intifada, Muhammad Surah is killed 24 hours, but there's hundreds of thousands killed in Darfur. In Khartoum, nobody knows. And I think it's like, and this is just a transition where, the other strong existence of the civil society. And it's to say that with this dark history of Sudanese mass violence and atrocity, and that is like 2003 Darfur, and then 2011, new war in Blue Nile and South Kordofan. And then we have again, the new atrocities. In 2013 was actually new atrocities, and 2023. 2023, and though we have a very little data, that was the largest until this war that is now in this. This created the largest humanitarian displacement ever recorded, meaning that exceeds the displacement that happened during Indian partition in 1947. And this gives you a picture of the magnitude, because the state was so centralized and it's excluded inside Khartoum, and whole state system is polarized and everyone is running to survive. And that is where end up to now we have series of genocides that continues, either that in West Kordofan between Syria, Hamar, or between coalition of Arab tribe versus Nuba, or whether we have easily continued mass genocide and mass killing in Darfur. And I think despite this dark history, Sudan is also, a story of very extraordinary role of civil society. And I can remember when we were student movement, we engaged with international organizations. We used to bring the victims of rape and mass atrocities, women that are being kidnapped by Sudan armed forces and held in Wadi Said, and then they just throw them in town to just give testimony, this is what's happening, to tell our classmates in the school that this is happening, to work with different documentations. We have doctors that actually work and engage with other international organizations to provide forensic evidence. We have people who collect data in different, and that's why even international laws, Sudanese people in the community, they actually know more about different, like nobody internationally easily know what happens in Amber Jordan in 1960s. From our first democracy, mass killing in Eastern Sudan, We know about Port Sudan killing in 2005. Nobody is these are things that are very, but because Sudanese do accountability, there is already existing systems that we enforce that collective call for accountability. And that also demands a very heavy, consistent, continued effort of documentation. I remember in between 2014 to 2016, when there is no fund, everyone was funding Sudan. When Sudan become 2 countries and then war started to the other side, people are like, just get Sudan fatigued. Some of the organizations actually continue to do the documentation, to work together, monitors without payment, working. Now when the US got, and I was working with one of the largest US government funded human rights program. We support local organized people in the front line doing documentation. And then one day we just got an email with 3 lines, all this money is over. And we have to explain to these people, no more budget, no more funding from today, don't spend. Give us back whatever we give you in a very inhumane ways. But you know what happens? I'm still following up with this organization. Some of them not pay, surviving, and still doing documentation. Still can tell you whatever happens in the past 3 or 4 months when we all went silent. And I think this is where I think the key point that I can compare Sudan case with Central Africa, can compare with Cameroon, can compare with DRC, which has a similar contextual conflict, is that in Sudan, there is underlying systems of civil society. Like we have, movements like EAR that come in when the state is no longer there, they provide food.
Can you say what ERR means?
ER is emergency response room, which is the youth group. They create, see what is there, because state, there is no hospital, there is no food, there is no shop, all the banks are looted. So what they become a state itself. They are the one who you go and eat. They are the one who give you the medicine. They are the one who became and stepped up to play the role, the absent role of the state. And that is because it's not because they have funding. They did it. They actually collect in my hometown, Zalingi. Actually, the year, the first money they get from the businessmen. And then the second medicine, they get this because these people started looting the Red Cross and others. They say, okay, give us all the medicines because they are going to loot anyway. You give us, and we will save here and we can be able to help. And that is how because you have is existing infrastructure, the social infrastructure and systems that consistently continue to demand and ask for accountability. It makes very easy for international to actually help in and intervene to amplify those voices and be able to create further step ahead. And I think, like for instance, we have a very, and we might talk this in the course of this discussion about, ICC becomes a main justice actor, for instance, in Sudan. I think unlike in other contexts, because people want justice and they don't see the government system can achieve justice. And they are so much consistent that they want. That is why also the key factors of, like, for instance, the ICC for many years after the indictment, people are waiting. I have, like, I remember, when the ICC started kind of moving the case further during the opening of the transitional government, and we have like, oh, okay, we have this tablet, just, go to collect. And we talked to the tribal leaders. Some of them actually, like, after Koshek was indicted, this man, because one of his uncle, which is a tribal leader, is one of the 200 people that Ricochet killed them and in one single grave. And he told me this is not justice for 2013. This is justice from 1890s. It's the same crime, the same people, the same thing. It's just the patterns changing from Mahdi state to Bashir to now UAE. So the patterns changed. The crimes have not changed. The perpetrators didn't change. And that's what connects to what Motasim says. The likelihood of continuation of the atrocity is very high because of these factors.
Thank you, Koskondi, for that. I mean, you can see how inspiring Sudanese civil society is, and you've described the ERRs, which were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize, but also this tradition of civil society pushing and pushing and pushing against all odds. And at the same time, having this ICC case drag on and on and on and on. And now it was only very recently that the Cochet verdict was announced. And it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like it gave some people a bit of hope. Very late, but something. And of course, the ICC investigation is still ongoing. Is that an area where you think civil society should be helping, or are there other avenues? I'm gonna toss it back to Mu'tasim, and then I think, do we have a couple of minutes for that question? Are there other avenues for justice? What do you see in terms of mechanisms or ways forward?
Yeah, sure. First, I think Ali Kosheb's case is really a critical one, right? It's just, of course, he's a single perpetrator. There are many of them. We know that Bashir is still in Sudan. Ahmed Haroun, Abdurrahim Ahmed Hussein, Abdullah Banda, all these are wanted by the ICC. But still the conviction of Ali Kosheb is critical. However, the ICC is one mechanism that can hold some of the perpetrators, at least senior leaders and commanders. I do think that in the context of the ongoing atrocities, I think what is really crucial is actually to arrest atrocities first. And I think from my perspective, I feel it is critical that we need to hold the enablers of these atrocities first, so that then later we can focus on justice and accountability, right? When we talk about justice, like a lot more complex term, because in the end, you'll have to have victims in the process, so that the idea is to redress their grievances. But I think what we need to do is, of course, as we're focusing on the ICC, maybe other mechanism, universal jurisdiction we talked about earlier today, domestic prosecutions, and even civil lawsuits. I think it is crucial to consider other mechanisms, including the ICJ, right, for states complicit in violation of international conventions, including the Genocide Convention, or even Convention on Elimination of Racial Discrimination, or all other conventions that we think have been violated. We know that the SAF authorities, Sudanese government, initiated proceedings against the United Arab Emirates. Of course, we know that the ICJ basically dismissed the case for lack of jurisdiction because the UAE lodged a reservation on Article 9, which sort of given jurisdiction to the ICJ to litigate a case under the Genocide Convention. And for that reason, basically, the case was dismissed. But I still think that, this is still a possibility. Of course, UAE is one actor. There are many other actors at the regional level, including perhaps Kenya, Uganda, and others, where we know that the RSF, at least political leadership, is functioning from those countries, or these countries basically facilitate the delivery of aid. But I think even with the ICJ and the ICC, we need something we talked about earlier, political will. Say, for example, even if the ICJ would to accept the case and issue provisional measures, if the states are not collaborating with the ICJ, then it will be, less meaningful, right? The same in the case of the ICC. Bashir is wanted by the ICC, and he used to travel to all ICC state parties, to South Africa, to Jordan, and others. And so you need that political will. And I think for me, the most important, court of law is the court of public opinion. I really think that it plays a critical role. And we see that these days, basically, in light of the situation in Al-Fashir, everybody's talking about it. And I can tell you the UAE is extremely nervous about the campaign. And I think this is another critical tool that I think we should utilize. But surely the ICJ, the UN treaty bodies reporting, making sure that we are holding the perpetrators and their enablers accountable, not only in the courts of law, but also making the information available to public. I think will be very helpful.
Okay, we have a little bit more time, just a couple more minutes, and I'm going to go back to you, Kuskundi, to pick up on something else that you said before. You talked about how Sudanese civil society realized 20 years ago with the first Darfur crisis, and maybe even earlier, but just sort of the value of documentation as kind of one of many activities, I would say. I would love to hear a little bit more about that, especially if you could reflect on, is it too dangerous? I mean, the ERRs are crossing lines to give food to people who are literally starving at this moment. How do we balance those activities? How do we fight for justice in a situation where the people themselves are just struggling to eat? Do you have any sort of thoughts? It's a huge conundrum, but I know that you'll have some things.
Yeah, and I would just say that when it comes to crimes of genocide and mass atrocities, criminal justice is a very tiny part, or at least important, but at least one part of the justice. And it will become also very weak if the criminal justice, the whole entire process, do not put the victims in the centrality of the whole process of it. And I think it's a good, like ICC have the victim participation mechanism, but all of this, sometimes in a conflict situation like that, for can be very remote. In this morning, when we were talking, one of the presenters mentioned that like sometimes in the court process, they did not translate, and then people lost tracking. And I think that's why for atrocities like what's happening in Sudan, even people who have seen the horrendous crimes in Khartoum and other cities like Madani and other part of the Sudan, criminal justice is very tiny part. And that's just what I was asking, although I have people who have, very happy with Ali Koshev indictment. One of the secondary school teachers in Adelaide was asking me like, I am here, yesterday two of my cousins were killed because they were bringing commodities from Niala, and I'm here. I might die tomorrow. The question will have a medical doctor, and we'll have a nice place to speak. What do you talk about justice? Okay, so at least when the whole criminal justice process is to actually be able to help for other parts of the justice and accountability. It can be a social, can be political, but also it can be part of collective healing process and reconciliation. And that is where the documentation becomes center of it. If you don't know the pictures of those people, put there on Facebook, and Sudanese very quickly work, and it'll take how digital help on that. The digital help Sudanese women to destroy one of the strongest security agency in Africa, which is National Intelligence and Security. Just put the picture in the girls group, they will find where he lives, who he is, and next day he's out, okay? So it is very easy for, and that is the other sort of accountability. Like if you see the guy who was killing people, who was shooting, putting to them, immediately they brought his name, where he lives, who he is, then it turned it over from being something unseen to now you, person, in front of the world knows you. So I think what I'm saying about the importance of people who are risking themselves and making documentation, not for money motivation. It is part of their self-duty to their community because they own this data. And I would say we at the Freedom House we fund several local organizations that do the human rights documentation. One of them is to come in with idea to make Syrian archive to create Sudanese archive. And one of the very key questions that Sudanese ask is we want to own this data. Nobody else. It is not international. If you want to fund, it has to be owned by us. And that is very, very important because now this data is theirs and they can actually use in different levels. It can be for political accountability. Maybe somebody participated in somehow from the atrocities in 5 years, 10 years, You think people forgot and come back and people will show, no, you remember this? And those are also the different type. And documentation is very key for all these different processes, including healing, including, the reconciliation, including different other types of accountability. Can be a local court system in the future because ICC can only do a very bit of it. Over.
Fantastic, thank you. So we've really aired out quite a lot of issues here to do with documentation, helping local actors. I hope that people have had a chance to sort of absorb a little bit of the larger context. It's quite complex, but I've been really, really pleased to hear all these nuances come out in both of your remarks. Thank you so much. I think maybe we can open it to questions and then how are we doing that? Are you helping or am I? Oh, okay. All right. I'll hand it over to you. So do we just, I guess the floor is open.
Thank you for sharing your experiences. My name is Qusay. I'm a postdoc at the Jackson School. So I started my career in humanitarian work at UNHCR a few years ago. And I was working to assess asylum claims from asylum seekers. And I'm saying that just to say that the documentation is extremely important, not just to catch criminals, but also to protect victims of war, such as refugees. My question that I wanted to ask is about AI and how it's becoming easier to create false documents and evidence and videos. And so what are your thoughts about how that will kind of undermine the credibility of documentation and evidence as we move to the new era?
Do we take the questions one by one? Yeah? You want to have one more in the hopper? Let's collect another question.
Thank you all so much. I just wanted to speak to the ERRs and to the sort of mutual aid networks across Sudan. I've seen a lot of excellent analysis, and there's a lot of great resources, including CSF, the conflict sensitivity, I can't remember their foundation, I think, on Sudan and on mutual aid there. But I am wondering how you've seen international support for those groups manifest, because from what I'm seeing, the Sudanese are doing that almost entirely on their own with very little international support. Even as we talk about mutual aid being the future of international humanitarian aid and development, Sudan could be a case study for that. And I haven't seen great appeals to that, to the West and to sort of major funders. So I'm sort of wondering what the landscape is like for that.
Great, 2 questions. Okay, maybe we'll just stop with those. And I want to, before handing it over, I want to just comment on that because I've been involved in that as well. And I think both, but especially because Gundi maybe can speak to the funding and how to support them. But yeah, I think Sudan has been held up as a case study of, is this the future of humanitarian aid? And it's incredibly important to acknowledge how much risk they are undertaking and all of the complexities involved, and this whole notion of sort of donors then transferring risk to intermediaries and then transfer it onto the local actors and all of the complications. So it's a great question. I'm so glad you raised it. I know I think that Kuskundi is going to be the one to answer that. For the AI, I'm not sure who wants to let either of you take that as you wish. I'm not going to go there yet. Okay.
Yeah, for the ERs is bigger part, but it is not only part of the mutual aid. So we have a whole entire regimes of mutual aids. ER is more formalized and have more structures and have more spread about the country. But there are also other, village level, area level groups where diaspora actually fund directly to their community. But what I'm saying is that, so currently, I'm just to the personal capacity currency, we are doing a research on civilian self-protection support, which Sudanese ER is part of the modality we are exploring on, and they have a very flexible funding. I guess currently they are there because there is people dying and all the INGOs run, and people just left there, and they say we will step in. So at least that put them in a power position to have a power to negotiate, to say, you give us your money with our conditions. And they have a bit of power to particularly resource nonsense bureaucracies and things, at least to remodel their funding and relationship with the donors. Some of them can be very small donors, individual giving, and some of them can be a big money. For instance, the US aid, before it died, it was a bit kind of turning one of the most flexible mechanism to be able to channel money to this group. So actually it is a very, I think, very unique modality of, addressing the structural, historical inequality and non-functionality of the international aid system, especially when it comes to responding to urgency and emergency, because they are in a very difficult for them to make policy, to get people to send there and to be able to help on timely. And then when they even arrive after that, they remain emergency forever. And I think this is where this local modality is easy because they can adapt. Oh, okay, we can buy food from the locals. We are now one, you don't have to bring food from everywhere. And then next, before the rainy season, we can actually, give money to the farmers to produce more food. Give us, produce seed and everything, and we can buy for them whatever the possible. So we can see, okay, what is that we don't have to solicit outside medicine? How we can bring? I think that is one of the things that I could do.
There's a related question that came online, came from online, which is, given all the risks that are undertaken to pursue accountability by local CSOs, should the global human rights community try to put resources or shift resources from institutions to grassroots resilience? Another way to say that might be, are there things that can be supported that would improve the protection? And this goes to your research, I think, at the Holocaust Museum.
Yes, and that is what it's the whole story of accountability has no value if the survivor is not part of that process at all of its levels. And that's where it comes. If you, before we have this centralized process, State Department makes every year report, Human Rights Watch make report, Freedom House make report. What we want, I think, some sort of modality for local systems, people who are directly impacted to have those ability to own some of those things that are done far from them. And within that, as they bring the documentation, they keep the memory alive, which is very important part of the accountability. Second, when they keep the memory alive, they can actually be willing to push for justice even when the avenues of accountability are very remote. And their pushing is actually provides more opportunity for accountability. And that is why I think decentralization of whole human rights work system, even how fact-finding missions work in the closed room and everything can be actually, and technology helps a lot to do. And we have some modalities on Sudan cases, which I think is something that's to be done in future.
That's a good segue.
And just quickly to Jose's question on AI, this is definitely not a satisfactory answer, but I think this is a real issue. We've seen this just in the last couple of days with the situation in Al-Fashir. Fake photos and, situations of very grave. You really do not need to, to create AI. But I think it is, I believe it's a deliberate campaign just to create sort of false narrative and all of that. But also in addition to the use of AI to create false narrative, I think there is, a deliberate campaign of disinformation. For example, some of the accounts say people were killed in Al-Fashir because they are Christians, and Al-Fashir predominantly Muslims and Sudanese, generally speaking. So, and this is a deliberate campaign. I don't know how to resolve this, and I guess this will most likely be for the earlier sessions. But I think it is a real issue. the situation in Al-Fashir and Sudan more broadly, I think, already grave, and it doesn't really need that to create proof of how gross it is.
Yes, please.
So I asked the question during the break, but I'm gonna reframe it. I'm Iman Saleh, and I'm postdoc at School of Public Health. I'm working like in Sudan just from the perspective of humanitarian and access to medication and other problems. But when I interview people on like, you know, how can we help you like to resolve the health problems, they just say like, you know, end of war would be, of course, a first solution. So my question is, looking at the regional players, is it like, is just a choice, like, you know, they all agree that like, you know, this is the time, let's get benefit and use like, you know, what we can gain out of this war, or they had no choice other than that to agree. And here I'm talking about like African regional players like Chad or Kenya or other players, and including Egypt and so on. But also when we look at the UAE, is it just like Sudan when we look at the pattern? UAE in Somalia, UAE in Yemen, using the Sudanese or like RSF in the past, use them in Yemen, and then like, you know, they push their hands and leave the Saudi Arabia drained by the war with their neighbors. So if you can tell us like, you know, more about this dynamic of the war and whether like, you know, is it something that Sudanese can resolve it, and what's a way out with like what it takes really from the support of international community, like, you know, to navigate this situation. Thank you. Might be complicated, but I hope you have an answer.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a complicated question, and I think you will need the geopolitical analyst to answer this comprehensively. But I think first the African Union played really a negative role. I think, you know, they have a lot of tools that they could use to at least minimize the scope of violation of atrocities and atrocities. But they haven't been able to use that. And I think some of the African Union sort of states, you know, have been complicit in the atrocities. Now, in terms of the UAE, we know that the UAE has been, you know, exerting its influence across the region. We have seen that in Yemen for sure. They used the RSF as fighters in 2014. We have seen their involvement in Libya, right? This is well documented. We have seen this in Somalia, in Kenya, in South Sudan, even now in South Sudan, in Ethiopia, in the Tigray region, right? And I think, of course, you know, you'll ask at least those who are not familiar with the context in Sudan. I think the UAE has been trying to gain access to natural resources, gold, agricultural land, maybe access to ports, not only in Sudan, but also in other areas. And so that's part of the reason why I think they're, you know, investing a lot. And of course, they will not admit this. They will say we are fighting the political Islam, and they're going after the Islamists and the like. But in the end, I think the UAE is of course, the UAE is not the only state. There are a bunch of others, Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. All of these are actors involved in it. But I think the UAE is the principal actor that is backing the RSF actually quite a lot. And there was the report that in the months of October this year, about 57 cargo flights delivering military supplies to the Robin support forces through Chad, through Libya, through Bosaso, a port in Somalia, to the RSF in the month of October, while in the last 18 months of siege on Al-Fashir, not a single truck of aid was allowed to get into Al-Fashir. Think about this. 57 cargo flights delivering military supplies. Not a single truck was allowed in the past 18 months to Al-Fashir. And all of this is known to the US government, known to the British government, known to French, known to everybody. And actually, the 5 prominent members of the UN Security Council actually somehow involved in this, in a sense that, you know, you will, you know, there is like a evidence of American military technologies used in Sudan. There's like evidence of British manufactured arms found in Sudan. There is evidence of French armored vehicles found in Sudan. There is like evidence of Chinese drones in Sudan. All of these are 5 prominent members of the UN Security Council. And just to see how complex the situation is.
Thank you, and thank you so much, panel. It's been so many insights. And I guess my question is, how can student groups, specifically undergrad, practically work to play the court of public opinion in Sudan's favor, especially considering we're in a time where atrocities on the African continent are being focused in other places like Nigeria, rather than what's going on in Sudan. And I'm talking like strategically here, because the circumstances for advocacy around Palestine will be very different to advocacy for Sudan. So how do student groups create a strategy to play the court of opinion in Sudan's favor?
I want to just have one quick word on that, which is that it came to my attention recently that some of the campaigners are trying to get at this issue of UAE by talking about soccer, chocolate, Dubai chocolate. So just think in those terms. Kuskundi.
Yeah, and thank you. I can just a bit also touch on the previous question on the UAE. UAE is the new modality of the world's most busiest business enterprise, especially for Africa. And as much as we say, it has 3 key factors in its modality. Number 1, illicit mineral exportation. Those are one of the pillars. So second pillar, military cooperations. The third pillar is Islamization, is fighting Islamists. So the third pillar is a token that it can package to sell it very well in Washington, DC. And at least people who are buying it can sell it to the people that they are fighting Islamists. And that is either that is Somalia, either that is Sudan, either that is in the whole Trans-Saheli region. The new military, you can go to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and see all this military cooperation signed in the past few years. Everyone in those countries has a mineral business trade, and it's all illicit between elites and the UAE. In Sudan, portfolio, an annual portfolio is $1.5 billion portfolio of gold, crude gold. And that is not a small money. The tool is RSF. Why RSF? RSF gives UAE liquidity to protect the mining process, not only in Sudan, but also use them as the mercenaries to strengthen Haftar in Libya, to use it to actually control, the Chad and Central African mining. Yeah. And because of that, and people talking about war in Ukraine, you know why war in Ukraine? Sudan helped a lot for Russia to go to war in Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you for this incredible panel, really, it's been amazing. Quick question about external actors. First, the Wagner Group, who've been renamed, and Russia in general. And second, Israel. There was an article in The Atlantic, which is pretty much a Zionist body these days, that went to great pains to point out that Israel was not involved, which I find hard to believe given their regional ambitions. Could you talk about those two actors, where they are in terms of it?
When I was talking about Russia, because when the first Russia attacked like a city in Georgia, get a lot of sanctions and become problem. So what the plan for Putin is to de-dollarize the Russian currency, and then they need a large amount of gold in deposit. So when Russia is sanctioned, the Russian money don't go down, so they can have capacity to do the war and endure new wave of violence, for many years without being directly affected, and they are sustaining now. Wagner was key. The Wagner's partnership with through RSF and UAE as intermediary was key in securing those gold. All are excluded, crude, processed in UAE, and given to Kremlin. And because of that, it actually helped with a very strong contribution on the current war in Ukraine, in the war in Ukraine that is announced, is because they now know they have enough level of gold deposit, and they can actually be able to continue to secure some of that, at least in Central Africa and other region.
Israel.
The Israel, maybe I will give that to Mutasim. Mutasim will be the better to know that. But generally, what I would say, Israel, yes, I think sometimes during the transitional government, there is a Pegasus technology that is made in Israeli company that are used by RSF. And that was mostly to track and monitor activists inside Sudan to know what they're saying, what they're talking. And that was something really what we're doing.
And that was an issue in South Sudan too,
Yes.
by the way.
And then just what we can do, either you are students, you are researcher, you are journalists, everything that you do to amplify the voices of Sudanese local actors at this moment really, really counts. And I think one of the things is, like AI productions of the misinformation. For me, I believe, when only way to fight misinformation is to produce mass and imaginary amount of real information and make its information invisible. And also because there is a systemic way to tell the story, especially for the RSF's perspective. The RSF has a huge budget that actually reach out also Sudanese diaspora in Europe, in everywhere. They give this big check and no longer don't drive Uber anymore. We give you a good car and house. And then basically to reframe the narrative, even around the fashion. So I think wherever you are in the school, whatever you do every day, even a Snapchat, whatever you do to amplify the voices of people there, that would be something that would be very much have a value at this moment.
I just want to add in also about, I think the question is about malign external actors, how this has been a known feature of this conflict since the beginning. When it comes to Israel, I'm just going to say Abraham Accords, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mutasim.
That's it all.
No, I mean, I think as we continue to observe the atrocities and the involvement of external actors, we, at this point, we haven't documented any links to Israel, at least at this point. Even the states that I mentioned, like the US and United Kingdom and others, were indirectly, basically, there is no evidence of them directly sort of sending arms to the rapid support forces. So we're yet to see any direct involvement from these countries. But I think if you want to speak about Abraham, of course, it's like a little, that was a while back during the transitional period. I don't think there's a viability to have that conversation at the moment because, in Sudan at the moment, we have de facto two authorities, each is seeking legitimacy. And so I don't think there's any with the ability to establish a strong, foreign relations with any of the states. I think, and so I think that's really the extent that I can answer this question. But definitely, we see increasing involvement of countries in the region because, again, the war is profitable for the perpetrators and their enablers, again, for the reasons that Guskonde mentioned.
I think we have to, am I right that we have to end this now? Okay, so I think on that note, please feel free to talk to any of us, I think, afterwards if you have any questions. But on that note, thank you so much for coming.
Wait, don't go anywhere. We've got our closing remarks and we've got a little reception after, so free food. I want to first thank all of you for that amazing panel and thank all of you for what you've done today, being here. Really incredible. I'm going to introduce Ambassador Peter Galbraith. He's come to us literally from the airport, having flown in from Iraq from Erbil, got a taxi from JFK up to Yale. So he's here, he's deeply committed to justice. But those of you who weren't here this morning and heard my introduction, his history of human rights goes way back to the Anfal, to Saddam Hussein's campaign against the Kurdish people. His passion, to me, is really stateless people, people who are forgotten, the Yazidis, the Kurds, East Timor. He was the ambassador in Croatia during the Bosnian War. From there, he held senior positions with the UN in Afghanistan, in Iraq. He was a Vermont state senator, deeply, deeply committed to justice and to doing the right thing. Very rare thing for a government public official to have that kind of a conscience for human rights and a passion for human rights. So please welcome Ambassador Peter Galbraith.
I wanted to thank Janine and the organizers for inviting me to be here. But you know, after I listened to Janine's keynote address, Sierra Leone, Bosnia, Chechnya, Palestine, Ukraine, Syria, Iraq, I think we're really actually grateful that you're here. So
Still alive.
It's still alive. I wanted to say some words, concluding words really, and pick up on a number of the things I heard. As Janine said, I wasn't here for the entire day because I was, you know, in the air approaching JFK and things like that and driving up here. But why should we care about justice? I mean, isn't it sufficient to have peace? And in fact, in the Bosnian War and many other circumstances, there is a sense that justice and peace may be incompatible. You know, if we're going to make a deal with the Milosevic, a Karadzic or Mladic, don't we kind of have to overlook what they've done, or in Ukraine, what Putin has done? Is it possible to get a peace settlement in Ukraine and also to demand Russia? This is not an abstract point. It's a very real dilemma, and sometimes you do have to forget about justice. Perhaps the biggest case about this is South Africa. You know, in order to get the transition in South Africa, you had to basically overlook the crimes of the apartheid regime. But let's not pretend that there are alternatives to justice. The South Africans, when in my various places in Bosnia and East Timor, Afghanistan, the South Africans would come and visit and talk about truth and reconciliation commissions. It was always a curious thing, because it's always white South Africans. Very well-meaning people, I want to say, but to me, that was never a real alternative. You know, to say, I'm sorry I dropped your children out of a helicopter. I didn't, I'm sorry. I massacred 1,000 people in Srebrenica. I'm really sorry. I regret it. That may be necessary, but it's not a substitute for justice. And why is and to me, you may need to make compromises about justice for peace, although I hope that would be rare. But justice is actually essential for a durable peace. And this was, to me, visibly clear during the Croatia and Bosnia wars, because in fact, they took place exactly 50 years after World War II. World War II in the Yugoslavia was 41 to 45, Croatia and Bosnia 91 to 95. What it means is that some of the people at the top actually were people who had lived through that, including the Croatian president Franjo Tuđman, who had been a partisan fighting on the Tito side, and then there were people. But the real thing was actually the generation younger, the Milosevic generation, the Karadzic generation, the Mladic generation, who maybe were born during the war or born just after and grew up with it. And there was a sense, because in the former Yugoslavia, in the Second World War, incredible crimes were committed. And they were committed, well, they were committed by the partisans, but they were committed by the Ustashi, the Croatian fascists, whose crimes even shocked the German ambassador in Zagreb. And Tito, at the end of it, he rounded up a bunch of the Ustashi and some of the Chetniks, executed them, and that was that. There was no real accountability. And so there was an enduring sense of grievance. And so justice is one way, admittedly, not always a perfect way, to try to have accountability and therefore for durable peace. At least that's the hope, and that's frankly why we made this a priority as part of the peace process in Croatia and Bosnia, and why the Dayton peace agreements included an obligation on the part of the parties to support the War Crimes Tribunal. Although I must say, they probably, when Milosevic signed that, he probably didn't think this means me. The second point I would make, talking here to an audience of students and young people, you've heard a lot about the contributions of journalists, of NGOs, and those contributions are very significant. And somehow government is this big, abstract, unfeeling entity. Well, people in government are people too. But beyond that, if you really want to make a difference, it's governments that make a difference. Governments and the collectivity of governments, which is the United Nations. The journalist David Rode snuck into Bosnia and went to the place where the graves were, and he found that they'd been dug up and there were some of the bones. So that was a big story. I think he won a Pulitzer. He did this months after we, and I'll say it was me, had sent a cable identifying where we found the bodies, and of the research on war crimes, overwhelmingly was done by governments, the US government, by the United Nations. And if you really want to change things, I speak to young people, government's the place you can do it. I mean, that is the most central place where you can actually do it. You're influenced, and I was hugely influenced by journalism and journalists, as I said in my earlier presentation. And it's heroic. And I mean, I went to a lot of dangerous places, Janine, but nothing like what you described. The next point I would make concerns technology. And again, I'm just listening to what I heard today. Technology and the way in which we listen to talk about or learn about war crimes, the way we document them. my experience actually began with Cambodia, but I'll leave that aside, Pol Pot. The really first big one was the Iraq case. And at the time, as I said, that Saddam was destroying the villages in Kurdistan and using chemical weapons. There were no cell phones, no cell phone cameras, no internet, basically no video cameras. And so we went out, I led a mission to document it, which it followed the Senate passing sanctions, but was meant to support that effort. We did it by interviewing refugees. And again, we were actually looking for people who had survived, chemical weapons attacks. Couldn't find anybody who had survived it. But of the 60,000 Kurds who had fled into Turkey, every single one of them was an eyewitness to it. And so this was a bit like Sherlock Holmes's dog that didn't bark. And the reason was they used nerve gas. So if you were hit with nerve gas, you were dead. And if you weren't, you survived. You weren't physically injured, but you were traumatized. And what we could say from the refugee accounts was that we could match up stories from different places, different villages in Iraq, that had people gone to different places in Turkey, in the high mountains. So there's no possibility of collaboration, as if there was ever a possibility of collaboration of 60,000 people. And frankly, those who wanted to continue the policy of coddling Saddam Hussein, they discounted it, refugee accounts and that sort of thing. But the truth is, eyewitnesses eyewitnesses stories are excellent, and they should be believed, not verified but believed. But now we live in a world. Well, probably the heyday of this was Bosnia. I've worked with what Janine was doing, Christian Amanpour and others. It's because at that time in the 1990s, there was just basically a few network broadcasting and a few print sources. So, the main news services, news agencies, the New York Times, Washington Post, the British press, worldwide press, but main what we call the mainstream media, and the networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, and particularly important CNN. And those made a huge difference because it brought the images into people's homes and in the homes of policymakers. And when I saw those, when Bill Clinton saw those, when Senator Pell or Senator Moynihan saw, their reaction wasn't any different than your parents' reaction. It was shocking, and the sense was we have to do something about it. Now, we even have much greater visual and electronic coverage. We listened to the prosecutor in Kharkiv. But it's very diffuse, and it's different kind of technology. The Syrian war, there were cell phone videos of everything, but wasn't the single authoritative source. So there was much more coverage, but without the authoritative source. And so that is a bit of a problem. And now we enter the era of AI, and of course that's a subject of concern. The other point I wanted to make is the question of impunity. I realized in the places that I was involved, on reflection, there wasn't total impunity. By the first place I was involved in was Cambodia. And in the end, Pol Pot died before he could, but in some remote village cut off from the rest of the world. But his henchmen, Ieng Sari and Kusapan, they actually faced justice. In Bosnia, the Bosnia-Croatia wars, we said, 161 people were indicted, and every single one of them either died before going to The Hague or faced justice. Nobody was at large. In Iraq, now people may have reservations about how this happened, but the architects of the war crimes in Iraq, of the genocide in Iraq, including Saddam Hussein, Chemical Ali Majid, they actually faced justice. And in spite of something following the American invasion, these were completely fair trials. We set up a special tribunal when I was in East Timor, but the perpetrators were Indonesian, so there was investigations, shaming, I guess, but nobody actually there. And again, in ISIS, the people who are involved in that either are dead or detained. So there isn't such total impunity. And then for other people who've committed war crimes, crimes against humanity, you know, there isn't always a happy retirement. Pinochet, who thought he was going to have a pleasant retirement after agreeing to step down in Chile, he went to Britain and he spent several years under house arrest there, and worried that he'd be sent to Spain where he's going to be prosecuted. Henry Kissinger, who in my view was responsible for war crimes, had some. I think he avoided going to France for fear of universal jurisdiction. So, maybe that's a relatively minor thing compared to what he inflicted on Cambodia or the endorsement of the coup in Chile and all the horrible consequences from that. But again, it's not nothing. And then there's the broader issue of international norms. It turns out if you're a dictator and you've committed all these human rights abuses, whenever you travel abroad, and heads of state like to travel abroad and get great receptions, you're always being asked about the people who dropped out of helicopters or that disappeared. Or if you're a white South African, well, if you're a white South African leader, you actually couldn't travel. And, these guys, you're rich and powerful in a place like South Africa, kind of like to go to Switzerland or France and go skiing. I don't think the skiing's all that good in South Africa, or to the Mediterranean. Anyhow, you really can't do it. And I know, and I think it's true, well, when I went to South Africa, which I think the first time I went was 1982, and that Reagan was engaged in the policy of constructive engagement, which meant we don't really do anything about it. But there was a dinner party that the Consul General in Johannesburg hosted, and my God, of the whole group, it was a mix of white South Africans and people black and colored. There wasn't a single person there who voted for the National Party. I just wondered, where did the National Party get any of its votes? And not because there weren't votes for them, but because nobody would come out and say that they supported apartheid. So you changed the norms. That really was a major factor in the transitions in places like Chile and South Africa. 3 other points. What do you do about ordinary people who have committed war crimes? The ICTY, the Yugoslavia Tribunal, the 161 people they indicted, with I think 2 exceptions, were leaders, were people in command responsibility. The first couple of indictments were of some actual killers who went to Austria and were identified by their victims, and they were the only people that were detained. But what do we do about ordinary people? Is it true that you can just have gone out and raped your neighbor or killed the family, and then you now have a government job in Bosnia? And what about again, I said this earlier, but I'll come back to it. What about the men in ISIS who are now detained in prisons in Syria? The ones who came from France or Britain or Canada, where everybody's saying, oh, they should be repatriated back to their countries, where of course they'll be end up in cushy prisons if they're detained. They'll be charged not for the crimes they committed, but for support of terrorism. So they won't be charged for rape or murder, mass killings, but basically for a kind of politically connected crime. Is that right? And should they face a different kind of justice because they have to be British citizens or Canadian citizens or French citizens than a Syrian or an Iraqi would face when the crimes were committed in Syria and Iraq? And that leads to my next point, which is justice is not just about fair trials for the perpetrators. I'd like to have fair trials. It's for the victims, that they can confront the person who killed their family, that they can confront the person who enslaved them. And I think, you know, all the time of the Yazidi girls that I spend so much time with, girls, I know that to young women that sounds offensive, but you know, when I mean, one of them, I'll tell you, in Stockholm, we go see, they've been, forget I said Stockholm, European country. It's supposed to not disclose where they are because they're in danger from their own community. But, you know, I was talking to one of them, we went out to a park and she had done a better job of learning, all right, I guess I already cat out of the bag, Swedish and English than any of the others. These were young women, girls who were kidnapped, you know, well, first they came from a community with very little education, didn't particularly value education for women, and they were kidnapped at a young age. But she had done a great job of learning Swedish and English. And I said to her, she said to me, you know, now I want to go to high school. I said, that's great, Suzanne, but you know, you'll be a little older than the rest of the students. How old are you? She said she's 20. This is last year, which meant she was kidnapped at age 14. She, well, I don't know when the rapes began, but she had her first child at 13. Her child was taken away from her at 16. She got the child back at 18 and then got to Sweden. So, I mean, the ability to confront and to testify against the person who kidnapped her, who raped her, who killed her family. That's also justice, and it shouldn't just be exported out of the place where the crimes were committed. And now, my final, just because, my final point. What can you do about this? You know, there's a sense that this is beyond what any individual can do. But it turns out that actually individuals, that any of us can make a big difference. You can be like Janine or like Samantha Power or some of the others. Young women, I mean, most of the court correspondents of the adventurous ones in Croatia and Bosnia were documented actually were young women. And you can go there, you can, you know, get some training, have some common sense, because one of the things we did was to have to, you know, send back corpses, but you really can make a big difference. You can do it as a journalist. You can do it in NGOs. The group of people who highlighted what was going on in Sudan. NGOs, I'm talking about in the 90s and, you know, in the early part of this century. You know, they were just, they didn't have resources, but they made an issue of it. And there is government, because government is a place where you can make the biggest difference. And I can say from my own experience that, you know, in the Kurdish case, nobody was paying any attention to it. I went to Iraq because the committee had asked me to participate in a report on the Iran-Iraq war. I came across this and it shocked me. And then what I'd seen registered the next year with the chemical weapons, and I could put it together and say it was a genocide. And I made a big issue of it. And some of that went against the conventional wisdom, particularly those who thought that we ought to be building a relationship against Iraq because, again, Saddam could be a Sadat turning against the Soviet Union. We were concerned about what would happen if Iran won. And, you know, maybe some people thought I was a little too passionate and strong on it. But it turns out it didn't do me any harm. I got to do the right thing. And, you know, a few years later, I was the youngest person named a U.S. ambassador and to a lovely small European country, which was in the midst of a war and therefore a lot to do, and I could do something there. So sticking your neck out, yeah, it can be career ending, that's for sure. But what's the point of being in government or any career if you aren't going to do anything with it? So take advantage of those opportunities, and thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for being here.
Just want to say there's cake next door. And thank you all for coming. An incredible speech, Peter. Really, really moving. And I think it was a call to action to the younger people here that you can do something. You absolutely can. Don't feel that because these are dark times, you're stuck. We are not. We can move forward. Let's get some cake, and I hope everyone speaks to everyone, to the speakers, to all of us who are here. And thank you, all of you who came out all day for this. Really, really grateful for your support. Grateful for all our speakers who came from Bosnia and everywhere in the world to be here today. Thanks again. And let's start.
I have to go. I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay.